Hello, 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 hello. How's it going there, Yunkers? How are you? Yeah, I like the AN-22, the Miria. Unfortunately, the Russians destroyed one of them. There's one, I think it was only one left flying, and they destroyed it, unfortunately. Let's see. Let's see what we need to do here. So we're waiting for see if some people get on. Put a couple more mods on, did a bunch of testing of some mods. What I did since last episode is pretty simple. I sold some of the milk, got some water for the garden here, so that's good. Let's see, so this is full of water, and then also sold some of the milk, so trying to keep the production going. Let's quickly check the loan balances here, so... Currently, we have a $55,000 loan out, so we are in the negative. Yeah, I like the John Deeres myself. I always like John Deeres. Alright, so we got a good bit of wool here that could go at some point. Let's check Cowies. Cowie Wowies. They're at 100% health. They get plenty. They're only able to take maybe one trailer full. I'll let them eat down a little bit. How's my chickens? Chickens are still 100%, but they're getting low on food, so next trip we'll get something for them. What do they need? These guys need some grass, so I'll dump a bale of grass in there for them. Let's see if we have any that are that I can handle. I think there's... a grass bale. That is hay. Can't see her with the dark here. Grab a couple of these grass bales, stick them in there. Get that a-moving. Added the get rid of auto attach mod, so or it's manual attach mod's what it's called. So manual attach is I have to actually get out of the vehicle to attach things, and I have to manually attach the PTO shaft, the hydraulic lines, and the actual linkage. So I like that. I like a little bit more realism. Less gamified. I've tried to do as much RP and get it ungamified as possible. So, grab this bale spike here in the back. Go. Some things like this are still, would be quick attach, so they are still can grab them. Yeah, I like it too because, for example, like you get out, you have to attach the PTO, you have to attach the actual linkage, and then you hold Z and you can attach the hydraulics. So if you forget to attach the hydraulics, it doesn't work. The hydraulic functions don't work. So I like that. A little bit more realism here. It's like, yeah, it's more engaging, less gamified. I like that. I need to hook up my track IR. Maybe I'll do that in a second here. That way I don't have to use the mouse, I can just look around. I love track IR, I have to set it back up here. Alright, there we go, they're full now. Let's see where they're at. Right, so they are currently looking good there. Nice. Okay, sounds good, Citrus. See, I think that the wagon is still full, so I'll hook up and get that PTO going, see if I can't dump a little bit more PMR in there. So like here, we'll up, I can hook up, but I can't hook up the PTO with this tractor, so I'm just gonna drop the weight. Go. Undo the linkage. then you need to attach the, I'll tell you what to do. So like attach the PTO Z, and then we're good. So. Alright, so that puts a little bit in there for them. Let's see where they're at cow-wise. Alright, so that's a little bit in there. It's not too bad. Alright. So I think I'll go ahead and hook up track IR too. That'd be good. Something good to do. Go forward there. Like I would even go overboard, make you have to pull the pins and actually hook up the different parts. Like. That's how I would do it. Because like you would pull the pins and put in the bottom of the 3-point linkage, and then you have to hook up the top of the 3-point linkage. And then these hydraulic up, and then this one looks like a floating linkage on this one, and this is just hydraulic there. The bigger ones will have to have hydraulics on the bottom too. But I like full simulator stuff, you know, it's somebody who loves machines, that's what I enjoy. Let's go do a little maneuver. So I would like more of the mods to come in the official mod hub. I think it's crap. I didn't mean to do that. I might even shut that off. There's a mod to shut that off, so you actually have to walk from vehicle to vehicle. I might do that at some point. There we go. Alright, I have a manure bucket over there, so let's grab that. If you're interested, I put out a couple of cool Tarkov shorts the other day. Those have been fun to do. I get back to Tarkov a little bit as well. Nice having a balance of games to play. I did a little testing in Stormworks yesterday on pressure, and I'm waiting for this experimental to be over before I go ahead and start doing some tutorials. I'm enjoying my little break. It energized me. You know, it's I think it's best to do the content when you're really feeling it. You know, it kind of shows, and it's like, you can tell sometimes it seems obligatory. People are just doing it because they kind of have to, or they feel like they have to, and I think it's better, do it when you want to, take a break when you need to, and, it should be fun at the end of the day, and there's nothing I really think I want to make right now. I want to work on the Big Man Challenge. I want to participate in that. I enjoy the challenges, so, and I need to get my build challenge going too. I'm kind of paying attention to what other people's build challenges are doing too, but I really want them to get I don't want to do a build challenge until this stuff's fixed, because I don't want people to have to, some people are very busy and can, like, say, work one weekend on their build. I don't want them to have to, their build not to come out right if, they worked on it for the weekend and then they come out and they make a big change to how the game works. After experimental's done. So I'm doing just a little bit of patience and just waiting it out, and the bug will bite me again. The bug really, I was kind of enjoying my break, and then I really wanted to build that SSTO, and then I built it, and I'm kind of not really all that interested in going to space right now, so eventually there'll be something that I really catches my attention that I want to build, and I'll get on that, some tutorials and stuff, and get back into challenges. But I really want to get the kind of the finalized version of what's going on with this fluid. I was talking yesterday, I don't want to make a bunch of tutorials and then have them be outdated, because it's, I put all the work in, and, I kind of want them to be up and, and viewable. But if you make one that's then outdated, you kind of have to shut that, you kind of want to shut that video off so you don't confuse people, because it tends to be counterproductive. If you're actually trying to help people out, and you leave an outdated video up, it kind of can make it challenging to people. So, at least if you have a video that kind of is an addendum and like, hey, these parts are changed. You know, you can link to that and be like, go ahead and check out the video here. This has the changes in it. So, kind of trying to get that wrapped up, and you know, this is good for multiplayer too. I've been enjoying the multiplayer with everybody playing. You know, definitely one of my favorite things. I used to like, even when I stopped playing Farming Sim, like I played Farming Sim for years, and even when I stopped playing Farming Sim, I would still go on all the websites and look at all the machines and all the mods. So like it was like almost like an addiction. I go and look at all the mods, and so I really enjoyed like combing through the mods. And how's it going there, Connor? And you know, I really enjoyed just combing through the mods itself, and so that was getting back to that's been fun, and playing with all the machines and operate. So, I like getting into Flight Sim a little bit to do some instrument stuff. I need to brush up on my instrument stuff. I need to get all my I need to get current again. Like to go back to flying, so need to get current. Need a they used to call it biannual flight review. Now it's a flight review, so I need a flight review. I need to brush up on get instrument current. It's easy, like regular currency is easy. It's you know, you just need some takeoffs and landings at night. So pretty easy. Do some approaches. I can probably do in a couple hours. I remember pretty much everything, so it's not like I have to brush up too much. I might do an ATP written just for the hell of it. Yep, that's what I was. That's what I used to fly there, Junkers. I used to fly 50-seat jets, so it doesn't really confuse me. I understand the system, so it's that's one reason why I make my cockpits in Storm Arch complicated. Is that's how I like them. Is I find the simple stuff to be boring. I need like the complicated stuff, and I need the systems, and yeah, it's not that bad once you understand the systems. You know, like you're in the schoolhouse for about 2 months. You do 1 month of pretty much school training, and then you do you start going in the sim, and then you do your oral and your sim test, and then you go out to IOE where you fly with a check captain for 25 hours, and then you're a regular line pilot after that. So. But the more complicated, the better for me. All right, let us see. What are we doing here? Yeah, most of the business jets are a little bit simpler than the airliners to a certain extent. Because some of the business jets won't have things like thrust reversers. They don't have as complex flaps and spoilers. You know, you don't have as many controls often for the rear of the for the the passenger compartment. Fertilized 50%. Let's look at the map. But you know, I'm used to all that stuff. My degree's in that, and I have some type ratings. So, all right, 63 needs a FERT. Let's see. Check the grass stage. All right, so we're in the early stages of growing. All right. So we'll hit. This one has an almost full yield bonus. The alfalfa needs a FERT, so we'll go FERT the alfalfa. Try and keep the money expenditure to a minimum here. Let's check production really quick. Alright. Let's see, we're at 8,000 liters of milk in there. Alright, good. Go ahead. Well, I didn't see what the slurry was at. I don't have a ton of slurry, but we can go hit what we can hit. So we're getting to the point where, you know, you start to get to an arms race here with this, you know, you get bigger tractors. You know, you need to get the bigger tractors before you get the bigger implements first. You get bigger tractors or more powerful tractors, and then you can get bigger implements, and, you know, and it's kind of a... And if you don't have, you know, a lot of extra field, it's really not worth it. So you kind of... Or, you know, more acreage, so you need to kind of consider how you want to do it. Oh, I need to hook up the lines, or else I'm not going to get connected here. Right. Z, if we don't attach the hoses, the brakes don't come off, so like they would in real life. So I need to hook up the air hoses, or else we don't get take off the brakes. Yep. Yeah, I enjoy this for... I like the machinery in this, you know. The mods are really great. I think this game is a good testament to the modding community and how important mods can be to really expand the scope of the game and really bring new innovation. You know, for example, back when the game was just, you know, a small German publisher that didn't... you know, it was a very small niche game. It was very basic. They couldn't afford to pay John Deere licensing fees, or Case, or Ropa, or all these companies. They're paying licensing fees too. And so the way that people could get their favorite tractors in game was they would, you know, with mods, because, you know, John Deere's not going to go sue some dude who has like $10 in his bank account. You know, they'll go after a game company though. So, you know, that allowed people to have this equipment. And then when you know, when the game was able to license these things, these brands, it was gave people the opportunity to start to use them. Yeah, sim games tend to be a less a less toxic audience, I find. You know, it's pretty much people who like to. Yeah, it's more chill, it's more relaxed. The games play itself is not anxiety-inducing, or tends not to be anxiety-inducing, so you don't get a lot of, you know, people getting real super frustrated and getting pissed at each other. You know, it's funny, like, I'll get people who will send me friend requests in Tarkov, and they're only doing it to give you shit, you know, because they didn't like how they died to you. And I just delete the message. It's like, I'm not. It's like, why am I gonna take abuse from you? But it's like, why am I opening myself up to abuse from you? It doesn't make any sense, you know. So I just, you know, like that was one thing. One of the reasons I took a break from Stormworks is you know, most people are great. You know, I think the vast majority of the people playing Stormworks, especially my community, is excellent. You know, but, you know, you had a lot of people who are just, like, being unbearably grouchy all the time and hanging around with negativity all the time. Just, it's not fun. You know, it's pretty damn depressing for everybody to be negative all the time. So that was one of the reasons I took a little break, was I was like, screw this, I'm not hanging around. Well, you know, it's just constant negativity. And it did quickly change over to more positivity. And, you know, so it's good to take a break every once in a while, too, because you start to, you know, you start to appreciate the game again. You know, and so, you know, that's it's like any game. You know, you take a little break and you appreciate it again, and it becomes new and fresh and exciting again. And, you know, I don't like to just force myself to play a game. So it's like for Stormworks, you know, it's like I'll go back to playing, you know, a lot more when there's something I want to build. You know, I get obsessive about, oh, I'm really into this build right now. And then I get a little down phase where it's like, oh, I've finished that build. I don't know what I want to do next. And so it's nice to have that little break and then go back when you really feeling fresh about it and you want to build something, you're excited. Like I did a test last night. I did a pressure test, you know. So essentially, like, I just took a huge, say, hydrogen tank. It was full of air, but I took a huge air tank. and you can get it up to about 1,000 atmospheres, and it starts at 100 atmospheres. So you can put essentially 9 more huges in there. And so I was kind of making a test rig to show it, and I'll make a diesel-powered pump and put that on the workshop at some point and do a little tutorial on that. But again, I want them to finish that fluid system. I don't want to build it and then have to rebuild it and then redo the tutorial. So, you know, I think it's normal for these games to have lull periods when, especially things are in the tweaking phase. You know, you need to look at this DLC and this pressure update as a beta. Let's put it as a beta. This is a beta. You know, it's in Steam betas right now, and you know, and when it comes out and it's fully out, I'll get back in there, and I know things are kind of working the way they should. You know, the only thing Steam that interests me is, like, the only thing I really wanted to make Steam was I would like a small, like, just a little boat to get a little get-around boat to, like, go out to my bigger ships or something. And, you know, they make it so it's hard to have small stuff. And so I like some small Steam parts would be nice. Like a really small, I don't know, even if it was a 3x3 or 3x2 furnace and then a very small boiler, stuff like that would be nice just to be able to, you know, do that. So spray that with slurry. I think we'll take the slow-ass fertilizer spreader and we'll get the rest of the way there. I don't have a muck spreader at the moment. I don't have a lot of muck, so muck is solid manure. I kind of found our next tractors. So, you know, we don't really need the next tractors. The only benefit of getting those, like, we're probably not going to even get rid of these. These tractors are pretty cheap. The two I have, the two main workhorses we have, all three of them are pretty inexpensive, and so the probably not even going to get rid of these. These will be additional, especially when we get a lot of people on. It's nice to have all the tractors. So these are still good workhorses. So we'll probably start with one more new tractor that it has a higher horsepower rating, so we can start to use some of the higher horsepower equipment that we need. And then once that's kind of, you know, once we have that tool, that will also be a front loader so that we can lift heavier things. The small front loader is still very useful. It does a lot of good compact work around the farm. We can tow it when we go places to drop stuff off. And so bigger, you know, a bigger, more powerful tractor with a front loader is coming. So it'd probably either be a 4 series or a 7 series. I've got the mods downloaded, or they're installed. They're not hooked up to this version. And then when we're ready for them, you know, we're about 30 grand in the hole, so we don't have any excess cash. So not buying anything right now, but. Yeah, I like the older manual stuff. Like, none of the new tractors interest me. They're all automatics. No interest in an automatic, you know. I find it to be some of the most heartless, boring stuff ever. It's like, you know, and you see it, it's very generational. People, like younger kids now, have no interest in driving a manual, and it's just gross. You know, and then, you know, that's one of the reasons why a lot of people have no clue how to make a transmission in Stormworks, because, you know, if you've driven a manual, you may have some notion of how gearing works and because you know when you should be shifting if you drive a manual. And so even if you're going to make an automatic, you then know, okay, well, I know when I would shift, so I make the vehicle shift when I would shift. And that is pretty intuitive and it makes sense, you know. And a lot of people lose that, you know, and kind of the you know, people are kind of embracing and loving automation. Like, yeah, it'd be cool if instead of driving in rush hour traffic, you could sit in your car and go to work. But the actual operation of a vehicle is important, you know. And, you know, the notion that we're going to go fully automatic, fully automated is pretty silly, I think, because it's like, you know, you think about how often, especially like my car window broke, and the other week. And it used to be an easy fix. Like, you could literally just take a test light and you could hook it to the frame of the car, and you could touch each of the different connections on the plug for the window switch, and you could force the window up. And you can't do that anymore because the computer's involved. And so with the computer now in the car, you need to go to the dealer, you need them to reset the computer. So unless you were able to reset the computer on your own, you just can't do it. And so it's like, you imagine what happens when something happens to your car. You know, you have this automated car. Well, you still need to be able to drive it, because guess what? You still have to get to work. And if your automated system in your car breaks that you rely on getting to work, well, guess what? You're either not getting to work, or, it could take you weeks to get into the shop. Like, I brought the car, and it ended up taking me 3 weeks to get the car in because, life got in the way. And then it takes them like a week to get the part. So they have to diagnose it, then it takes a week to get the part, and then it's a quick install. But it's like you have to wait weeks and weeks and weeks sometimes. Well, now imagine if the car was just automated. There was no option for you to manually operate it. Or because you never had to learn how to manually operate it, you can't drive. And so now you can't get to work. So life ends to a certain extent when you can't do these things. Not to mention you have legal liabilities where if you as the driver accidentally hit somebody, well, you're liable. You operated the machine, you're liable. What happens when the automated system hits it? Do they sue the manufacturer? Do they sue you? Well, did you do all your maintenance? Oh, you missed one of your maintenance, or you're a week late? Okay, well, now it's on you. And so these are the things that I think people don't, realize. There are certainly benefits. The safety, will definitely help. But it's like, for example, people have been saying ever since I've been flying. They said, "Oh, planes can take off and land by themselves." No, they can't. There is auto land. I don't even know if most airplanes have auto land now. Like, I've never flown a plane with auto land. None of the commercial jets I've flown had auto land, and none of them can taxi on their own, and none of them can take off on their own. And, so many times you had two professional pilots with thousands of hours in there who would have to take over from the automated system because it was doing something stupid. And it was going to hurt people if we didn't take over. And as the human, that, like, the consequences if I don't fix this, something bad's going to happen, your ass is on the line, just your life is on the line. And that sort of thing is, so I don't think we're going to go to a stage where, like, oh, you get in an airplane, there's no pilot. No, that's not going to happen. You need that backup. You need that reassurance. There'll be some new interesting things like synthetic vision, which will be helpful, so that you can go down to minimums and you can still see to land. That will be helpful. Stuff like that is helpful, but it's tools for the humans to make the decisions. And very often, like, you can't afford it in, like, what you have a lot of stuff where, like, pretty much it's pretty easy to ground an airplane. Like, the maintenance crew has to fix certain things. It's very well regulated. Like, you can't do certain things. But, like, I've flown plenty of commercial flights where we didn't have pressurization. The pressurization system was in op and shut down. And, so we had to limit to, we couldn't go over 10,000 feet. And we had to descend early because, you take for granted that when you're in a pressurized airplane, it depressurizes very slowly. If we came down at the same rate we come down in a commercial airliner, when we're not pressurized, we blow everybody's eardrums out. So we have to come down slower and take more time. And, it's stuff like that often the systems will break. And the more complicated the systems become, the more likely they are to break, and the longer it will take to fix them. And so by having a human backup, it's very easy. Like, I've flown flights where the autopilot was in op. So what do? We just flew. I've had flights where the FMS was out and we had to navigate old school. We had to go VOR to VOR. And, so that sort of stuff is, you need that backup, especially in really critical situations and more complex situations. You need that backup to be able to do it. So it's like, and it's also heralding in automation on its own is kind of, I think silly. A lot of the most populous jobs are operation jobs, like operating equipment, and it's, You're heralding in people essentially losing their livelihoods, which is never good either, because it has a cascading effect. You know, and then the other thing too is, like, let's say you have a hack, right? You have some nation hacks your systems. Well, if you can, you know, if they hack the automation systems for a bunch of airplanes, well, it's pretty easy. You have, you just have the pilots hand fly them. You know, if you don't have any pilots trained, you get in a position to do this. It's like, okay, let's say you automate all CNC machines so that, you know, a lot of metal work is now automated. Well, what happens if something happens to the infrastructure, or like there's a hack, or, you know, let's say they put out a buggy update and the CNC machines don't work anymore. Well, now nothing's getting done, and you can quickly bring the economy, you know, to its knees. You know, so it's always good to have that human backup to be able to operate it. Yeah, I see. Yeah, like CG's talking about somebody drove into, you know, shed because the ABS was out. It's like, you know, brakes were reasonably easy to do on your own before ABS. Now you have to worry about, like, killing the ABS sensor. It's like, none of my motorcycles have ABS. I'm not against ABS, but you know, I think it's good in a lot of cases. But it's not like, it's not perfect, you know. And you know, a lot of people are like very much embracing the automatic motorcycles. I have no desire for an automatic motorcycle. It's like, it's gross to me. I have no desire to have an automatic motorcycle. You know, part of it is, you know, the enjoyment of operating the machine and understanding, you know, and doing a good gear change and rev matching and stuff like that. That's a lot of the fun for me. And completely take that fun away when you, you know, when you automate it. Just, it's pretty damn boring to me. Yeah, exactly. Like CJ's talking about what I was saying. It's like, you know, right now they have a huge pilot shortage, and you know, so that they're finally doing what Europe did a long time ago. Europe, and you know, in Europe, a lot of the airlines, like you would essentially, you would apply for the pilot program, and they would, so like say, I think Lufthansa had one. So say you went to work for Lufthansa, and you would sign up for the pilot program. You've never flown before. You would go through the course, and they would teach you to fly on their dime. And then when you were done, you were a pilot for Lufthansa. And it's very little out of pocket. In the U.S., for example, it cost me, I graduated college in 2005. It cost me 120 grand to get my bachelor's in aeronautical science and all my flight ratings that I needed to go to the airlines. And I went into the airlines, and they paid me 23 grand the first year and 32 the second year, and then 40 my third year. And then we had the '08 recession, and and then my company went out of business. And so, you know, I had to put a huge amount of money up front. Well, one of the reasons I didn't go right back was, you know, it took them quite a few years before you could go back after 2008. And then it's like I started hitting all my life goals, like started to be able to buy a house, started to make good money, you know, and it was like, do I go take a huge pay cut now to go back to, you know, an industry and give up all my seniority? You know, things are a little bit different now. But, and then they complain, oh, you know, there's this pilot shortage. Well, they were talking about the pilot shortage in 2005 when I graduated. You know, and the airlines could have solved this by doing what Europe did, which they're starting to do now, where they have flight academies where you sign up and they train you and they pay for it. You know, it's the businesses being scummy businesses where they don't want to pay for it, so they're making you pay for all your training. You know, and then you know, instead of them training you, and then they complain, oh, woe is us, we don't have enough pilots. And then they relied on, you know, the reason why they had a lot of pilots back in the day was, you know, a lot of it was Vietnam and World War II. You know, they trained all the, you know, the government trained all the pilots, and then, you know, they went flying for these private companies. So it was a socialized paid system where the government paid for people to learn to fly, and then the benefit, then the businesses benefited. That's part of why they pay taxes. You know, and the companies don't want to pay for this training, you know, and it's like, you know, they were, for example, the company worked for, they, the union got a grant after '08 to, so essentially during '08 or after '08, the Obama administration, they had a grant system. And the whole point of it was to retrain people for new jobs, which makes sense, right? You have a bunch of people out of work. A lot of jobs are never coming back because certain industries that are, changing operations or outsourcing or whatever. And there are plenty of people that just need to learn a new skill and they'll be good to go again. And so what they did was they put up federal money so that the states could get this federal money and then they could pay for job programs. And what happened was my union applied for that grant, got the grant, and so we could go as union members to the truck driving school for free, and we could get our CDL for free, and it wasn't really free. We pay taxes, so we're getting our own tax money back, and guess what? We get better jobs, we pay more taxes, and so it's a social system. We live in a society, and it works better if we work together, and it's like, a lot of these, it's like the pilot issue could be solved with that. You take people who are show aptitude at it, and you pay for them to get this new training. And a lot of countries do that. Like, my understanding, Germany does this with, you can go get a new degree, and they pay you a stipend. One of the things that holds us back in the U.S. is the, our health insurance is tied to our job. So especially if you have a family. If you give up your job to go try to retrain and do something else, well, you lose your health insurance, and it's incredibly expensive, and you can't afford not to have it because, somebody was brought up, how much an ambulance costs if you don't have, and even if you do have insurance, it can still, bankrupt you. And, so it's silly because, it stops mobility, and the corporations like this because they can stop you from leaving them. And so, they try to hold you hostage essentially by, if you leave us, you lose your health insurance, and now your family could, go bankrupt if you don't do this, which is silly. The better thing is, well, yeah, that person left your company, but somebody else could step right in because they went and got a training program, Yeah, the, what do you call it? CSX has been an absolute zoo lately. I be very wary about our railroads in the U.S. Yeah, again, the railroads are very much a socialized system where, it was the people who paid for most of the track, and then you have a bunch of these private corporations who end up benefiting from it, and then screwing the people. And it's, that's like when and I got really annoyed. The current administration, they broke the strike. It's like I'm a very union guy, and it's like breaking the strike is just absolutely abysmal to me. That's the only thing we have as workers is the ability to say, yep, I'm not working for you today unless you come to the table and argue with me in good faith. And luckily, I'm going to go back. When I change jobs, I'm going to go back to another union job. It's too easy to get age discriminated out. Union is the best protection you can get. And the other thing I love too is the airlines will complain about this pilot shortage, but what they won't do is reach out to those of us who left. And I didn't leave by my choosing. The company went out of business, and there were nobody else hiring. I applied to literally everybody, and nobody was hiring when in '08. It was '09, but in the '08 recession. And what they could have done is they could have said, hey, we know a bunch of you guys were out. We'll pay for your refreshers. We'll pay for your biannual flight reviews, to get you back on the saddle again. And, like right now, they're throwing huge sign-on bonuses at people. Like, there was one place, if you were, pretty much you have to be a captain already on that equipment. But if you're already type rated and you're a captain on the CRJ, I believe it was, or no, it was Embraer 145, I think. They're paying like 200 grand in sign-on bonuses. You know, so they're willing to pay somebody 200 grand to come poach them from another company. It's like, okay, pay for some of those of us who had to leave, pay for those of us to just like get retrained and come back, you know. And, you know, a lot of us left because they were or a lot of us didn't go back because, you know, they were treating us like crap, you know. And it's like the companies, you know, the companies knew the shortage was coming up. It's all math. They can see when the retirement ages are. They could have started treating people better to retain more people and cut the attrition, but they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to. They don't want to be proactive. They wanted to be reactive. So they could have been proactive and said, "Hey, you know, we're pissing off all our pilots. Let's make the job better so more people stay." But instead of doing that, they said, "Oh, we'll just cry when it happens." It's like, no, you know, they did this to themselves in a large part. You know, and they're trying to make up for it now. The career is much better than it was. But they used to treat us like absolute garbage. They paid us like crap. Like, you get paid well when you're up high, but the problem is, you know, like a lot of the guys who were making good money when I was there, you know, they were, you know, old Vietnam pilots back before Reagan. You could get your, you know, the college was very heavily subsidized, so you paid very little out of pocket. And so they could go get, you know, their flight training done for relatively cheaply, and then they rolled right in, and you know, you could take a low starting pay if you didn't have a lot in debt. But then when college exploded because they cut the subsidies, you know, you got in a problem where, for example, my first year in the airlines, I made 23 grand. I had $14,000 a year due in student loan debt, and so and that's 23 grand before taxes. So you figure I had to live on 5 grand a year when I first started in the airlines. You know, my peers, like both my brothers, engineers, they started out in a much better situation than I did. No, citrus. You know, they started out in a much better situation than I did. I have the most expensive education of the three of us, and I started out the lowest pay when I was in the airlines. You know, and so it was, and then the airlines cry, "Oh, we can't find anybody." Well, listen, you know, if you make the job, you know, livable and good enough, people will do it. You know, I remember when I was in the airlines, you know, I was hurting for money because, again, like I said, they were paying us like crap. And so there was 1 month where what you could do was, the way we did our schedules was we would bid 13 months essentially. So we would essentially consider a month 30 days, and so that way you would do 30 bids a year, and so, or I'm sorry, 13 bids a year. So the month was 30 days, it would give you 13 bids essentially, and so every month we would bid our schedule. And so what? So say you had the guys who were making good money and had families and had family obligations. For 1 month, what they let them do is say they had a 4-day trip, so 3 days off, 4 days on. What they could do is they could trade their 4-day for a 2-day, and now they could have, you know, they could have 5 days off, 2 days on, because they wanted more time off. They were burned out. And guys like me who wanted more money, what we could do is we could drop our 4-day and we could pick up a 6-day and make more money. And so it was great. It was like the best month I had there. I was working like crazy. I think I went 2 months without going home once. I went, I was at home 2 days that month. I went to my parents for one of the, like I had 1 day off, and I was based out of the same city that my parents lived in. So I went to their house for the 1 day off, went back to work, and I was able to make good money that month. And then they put an end to it because a lot of the guys were, they were trading down. And so they put in a rule you can't trade down anymore. Well, the benefit of that was the guys who wanted more time off would trade down, and the guys who wanted more money would trade up. And it worked out, made both of us happy. And they had too many guys trading down, and they weren't getting enough coverage. And so instead of the airline saying, "Hey, well, you know, maybe guys are burned out, maybe we don't have enough crews, maybe we don't have this," they canceled it. They got rid of it. And so you couldn't trade down anymore. And so it ruined it, you know, and it ruined it for both of us. And it was like, you know, they could have fixed a lot of these problems if they actually cared about their employees a little bit more and treated them better. And now they cry foul, like, oh, we can't find him. But yeah, you made it a miserable career for a long time for a lot of people. You know, of course you couldn't find people, you know. And so they'll never, you know, own up to their own mistakes and fix them. All right, we'll see you later, CG. I do. They're Yonkers. I only play with guys from the community. Just hang around some more. I don't. I kind of have a tight group we're playing with right now. I will add more people, but I'm not ready to do it yet. So just keep hanging around. I'll eventually put you on. But I just kind of. I don't know how much I'm going to play today either. I got a bunch of stuff to do, so kind of have a tight group we're playing with right now, and then I will add more people as we go, but I'm not adding too many at a time, so I will get to you eventually. Just keep hanging around, and I'll probably add some more people. Just kind of sticking to people that I kind of know in the community at the moment. Let's see where we're at here. All right, that's furted. Let's check the map. All right, so let's check fertilizaciones. All right, that's all furted up. That's good. All right, so I got all the ferts. I'll run around, check the status. There's my alfalfa. And then where's growth stage? Growth stage, those are going up nicely. All right, good. I could do a wool delivery. I think I'll do that. Let's see. I unplugged the joystick. I have a joystick issue. It moves the map around, so I have to unplug the joystick when I go to the map. This needs to go into maintenance too. A bunch of this old equipment's starting to get maintenance heavy too, so as they do. Let's see. Let's repair you. Repair that. Repair that. Let's see. Yeah, like I said, I'll probably add some people later, but I'm a little cautious adding too many people I don't know, but you've been hanging around a little bit. Just hang around some more, and I'll probably throw some more people in at some point. I don't know how much I'm going to be playing today either. Kind of, might get Stormworks, might play. I've been waiting for my friend to play some Tarkovs. I know he's busy for a good part of today, but I have a bunch of stuff around the house I need to do, so do not know how long I'll play. Alright, I'll get rid of some wool. And a little bit of cash. We're currently paying interest on our loans, so I want to try to get as much of this stuff. You know, if I could sell some stuff and get a little money in the bank, that will help. And I'm not going to cover that silage pit until winter. So right before winter, we'll cover it, and then that's going to be a lot of our money. You know, we'll use it for the cows as well, but that'll be a lot of money for the winter is what I get out of that silage pit. Oh, shit. Let me tip that over. Back over. I I know Citrus wanted a hook lift, but I have a different type of system I've already found that I like. I'm not a huge hook lift fan. I like this other system better. But I found a really cool truck that it's like these W50s, and they have different beds on them that you can put on. So you just swap out the beds, and it's a cooler tractor. Let's push this bale a little bit out of the way. There we go. Let's tip this bale over. There we go. Did a good job with these pallets. Like, it was, for a long time, the game, like, they had pallet forks, but you couldn't actually lift any pallets. Now it's pretty good. They even do auto load. I don't like auto load. Again, it takes the skill out. It's good when you, like, not really practiced at it, but, like, a lot of people use automation as a crutch. You know, automation is, the point of automation is and should be workload reduction. And if you kind of treat it as workload reduction, I think it works better. Like, that's how we dealt with automation in aviation was, you know, you're still the pilot, you're still in charge, you still need to fly the airplane. It's workload reduction. It's not taking over from you. You know, it's reducing your workload, and you still need to be ready at any point to take over. And it's like, people use it as a crutch where, like, oh, I just always auto load the bales, and then when it comes time to actually use a forklift, they can't use it for shit because they never take the time to learn the skill. And so it's kind of nice to learn the skill. And then if, you know, you're in a rush or something, yeah, you can throw the automation on, but to reduce the workload. But yeah, getting good at this stuff is part of the fun. Is, you know, that's kind of like I see in Stormworks, is like a lot of people, they have no interest in machinery, and so they don't. You know, they don't care about having systems and buttons and stuff, and that's fine. And that's what I like about Stormworks is, you know, you often see this in games. Like, a lot of people are talking Star Citizen right now. And, you know, like, for me, it's not simulator enough. And for some people, oh, it's way too much. And so that's one thing I like with Stormworks is I can make my planes very, very complicated. And, oh, you don't turn the hydraulic system on? Well, guess what? Your control surfaces aren't working because they're hydraulic control surfaces. And some people, they just want to put their ass in the seat and have it work. And, you know, I like having my stuff fly very realistically. Some people, they want to have really cartoony, arcadey, what they're used to in games, and that's fine. That's awesome that we can both have our thing in our little sandbox, and that's the real benefit of a game like that. You know, it's like I hate the flight model in Star Citizen. It's just way too gamey and silly for me. And they had one that was a little bit more challenging, and people were crying the whole time. And, you know, so it's, I would like, my dream space game is essentially a space trucker game where, like, I already have like the designs I would make for the ships, but like you would essentially be a space cargo pilot and have really in-depth economy and reputation so that you get better loads and stuff, and like make it where you have to flip every button, every switch. If you don't turn on certain systems, it's not going to work. You know, that's how I like to do it, kind of like a flight sim, you know. Good. There's a little bit of wall. Let's see. I don't think we have any vegetables here. No vegetables yet. So these are a little bit weird. I put these on. Yeah, the problem with Eve is, like, you know, it's not really. I don't like the craft. You know, you don't really control the craft very much. It's kind of like, you know, point and clicky. You know, I want like a proper in-depth simulation where it's like, even in this. Like, I want to touch every button in this cockpit. You know, I talked about VTOL VR and how much I think VR is the way to go. I wish that, you know, the problem is it's a high barrier to entry. You know, you got to spend $1,000 on that, and then you need a good PC. So you're talking another, you know, $1,000 on all that. You know, just, you know, a couple thousand for the PC and then $1,000 for the VR setup. But the benefit is, like, say this was in VR, I could take my the controller in my right hand, and I could put it on my throttle, and I could take the controller in my left hand, and I could click on the steering wheel, and I could steer with my controller in my left hand, and I could work the throttle and the shifter, and I could let go of one shifter and grab on the next shifter, and that's fan-frickin-tastic. I love that. I think I can do VR in this game. I might do that at some point. But, you know, that's the benefit of VR, is every time you get in a new vehicle, you don't have to move your joysticks, you don't have to have different joysticks, you don't have to have different equipment. You just like, oh, I have a steering wheel in this vehicle. Okay, well, I grab the steering wheel with my left controller. And, okay, there's my shift knob. Okay, I want to shift gears. I look down. I grab my right controller. I click on the gear shifter. It gives me haptic feedback to feel like I actually touched it. Make sure the brakes are off on this. And there we go. I have to attach the hoses. This is cool, though. The brakes actually will not come off if the hoses aren't attached. You know, and I love that, because that was really super intuitive in VTOL VR is, you know, you can get in one plane, just grab, you know, grab the joysticks on the right. Okay, grab this, throttles. Okay, get in the next airplane. Okay, these are in different places. All right, grab this and that, and it's very, you know, every cockpit you get in, it just operates and it works right, and that's super awesome. I love that. I should have brought the milk with me, but we're already loaded up. You know, so that's awesome. That's a big thing that's, I really wish more VR would get embraced, but again, it's expensive. And that's the thing, is the more expensive it is, it's harder to get more people in, and then you need a boss PC, or else, you know, that was one thing was nice with VTOL, is they could go more simplistic on the graphics, and it was fine. You know, you still felt very immersed. That's kind of like Stormworks having simple graphics. Is it works? You know, it's less resource intensive, and it just works. You know, and that's a nice thing. You know. Oh, shiza! Stop paying attention for like literally half a second. You know, I don't know how VR would do it, but it would be cool if, like, say for example, you had, you'd have to do with some sort of like shoe, like a flip-flop you'd wear, but like being able to like actually control the pedals with your feet would be really cool. Like stuff like that. That's because it's really, you have two controllers and a headset, and I can get in an airplane and feel like I'm flying the airplane. I can get in a truck and feel like I'm driving the truck. I don't have to have a steering wheel. I don't have to have like. Literally, I have two joysticks on my. I'm driving with a joystick because the wheel is a pain in the ass, and it's easier for me to drive with the joystick, and I can control more functions with the joysticks, you know, than to have the steering wheel. But if I had VR, I could grab the side of the steering wheel. I could grab the suicide knob. I could grab the light switch to actually physically grab the headlight switch and turn it on. I went the wrong fucking way. I have to go up to the store anyway, so we'll go to the store. You know, so it's, I think VR is very rewarding. We'll have to see. I don't know. I haven't looked into this game. I don't know if I can do it, but you know, the other thing is the ability, like I'm looking with my mouse right now, the ability to do head look is much better. I love, just a head look. And I can do that with Track IR too. I have that, but, it's nice to be able to do it with the, VR and Track IR. Just like, I look over here. Okay, check my mirror, look back, check over there. I don't have to use my mouse. I can look behind me really quickly. You know, it's very intuitive, and it's very immersive. You know, like I knew it was going to happen. I was let down. I wouldn't say let down's the right word. I was uninterested in, let's see. I was uninterested in Starfield because of their control scheme, because of how terrible the flying was. That was the main thing for me. There were many other things that I was uninterested in with that game, but a big part of it was just like I was so uninterested in the flying was so terrible that I like had zero interest in it, and it's you You know, it's fine that it's like that, but it's just like, I just like couldn't be bothered with it. You know, and I'm a big, like, I hate obtrusive UI, and you know, and I can't get immersed in a game if there's like, even the UI and this is too much. There's a map to my left, I've got my controls to right, I've got my, like, tell me the info at the top. I can get rid of all that HUD, there's mods for it, but like, I should be looking at my, or I like it when I'm looking at my speedometer and my tack to know when to shift. And I like a little bit more engaging, like, Tarkov is very good at that. If you watch my last couple of shorts on Tarkov, literally, if I'm not moving, I have zero anything on the screen. There's no ammo counter. The only, you know, the way that you check your ammo in game is, I believe it's Control T, and you pull your magazine out and you look at, you look to see how many rounds are in. And it will, if you have, say you have an AK-12 mag, AK-12 has these little windows on it, that mag, so you can actually see, how many bullets you have left in your mag. So you can actually get an accurate accounting of how many bullets I have left in my mag. If you have an enclosed magazine, you can't see that. Well, you get an estimate, and like to check to see if you're in, you have to press a key to check to make sure you're in automatic. It doesn't show you like the 3 bullets at the bottom, and it's very immersive. And you don't just like in a lot of those games, the magazines auto repack. In Tarkov, they don't auto repack. You have to physically pack your rounds, and so it's rewarding because it's planning. Who plans better? Like, do I take 20 mags in with me, or do I take 3 mags and some packs? Okay, I'm running low on ammo. Let's stop and go look for ammo. It's like that sort of thing's more engaging to me, and I don't want a bunch of UI on my screen. I think Star Citizen, they had Citizen Con, which was showing a lot off, and I was. You know, and I know I'm not going to get what I want. They're trying to go much more broad appeal so that they make everybody happy. But, like, it's very bullet spongy. They do my least favorite things in the world in a lot of these games. They do cheating, essentially. They make it so that you can see, you know when the enemy dies. It gives you hit markers. It tells you on the top of your screen if you're getting shot at or not. It's just like, and what direction it comes from. It's like it takes away all that intellectual gameplay that I like, you know? So it's like in Tarkov, like, if you know, often I don't know where I'm getting shot from if somebody's suppressed because they're quiet, I can't hear them, you know? And there are so you have to have some map knowledge, you know, okay, the only 3 places that can see me are Dome, White Knight, and RBST. So I know it's one of those 3 places and get hit at. Well, a game like Star Citizen or a lot of those arcadey shooters, it tells you right what direction you're getting shot at from, you know. And like a lot of those games, you'll shoot somebody right in the head and they live. You have to hit them like 4 times in the head to get them killed. Tarkov, you know, sometimes a helmet can bounce a shot, but generally, depending on your ammo, like I know, for example, I was using the SV98 in one of my sniper videos the other day that I posted a short about. That bullet will go through literally any ammo. It's designed to be that way. It's a anti-armor bullet. You know, it's designed to go through armor. So if I hit anybody with that anywhere, it's going through. And so I know that a headshot is going to kill a person in 1. So I can, like, say there's 2 people running at me. I know if I tap the first person in the head, they're done. I move on to the next person because I know they'll die. You know, if I hit them twice in the thorax, I know they're done. And so I can move on to the next person. Like, one of the most, my heart, like, I've never had my heart race and beat out of my chest as much as in Tarkov. You know, because you feel like you're there. You actually feel like you're in danger. And that is great for immersion. And a lot of these games ruin it. Like, one of the things I'm super against in Star Citizen is they do this stupid nonsense with the grenades, and it shows the arc of where the grenade's going to go. And it's just like, it's like so arcadey and silly and stupid in a game that was sold to a lot of us as a simulator and it's supposed to be immersive. It's like having an arc where my grenade going is not immersive. That's the opposite. In Tarkov, like, you have to learn how to use your grenades, and guess what? Eventually you get good at it. You know, okay, I want to underhand the grenade, I want to overhand the grenade. If I aim up about this much, I'll make that distance. And sometimes, you know, you try to throw it and it hits the window frame, and oh my god, the grenade's in with us, and so the 2 of you go running. And I've killed my friends in game before, by hitting them with a grenade, by hitting the grenade off the window frame because I threw the grenade poorly. There's no aim function on the grenade. You have to just kind of like, you know, a lot of it's guesswork and a lot of it's practice, a lot of it's skill, and that's taken out with some of those games that are very hand-holdy arcadias. The skill is taken out of it, and that's why they're easy to pick up and they're easy to drop. That's kind of like, you know, when people will complain in Storm Arcs that, oh, there's too much to learn, I want a game like Brick Rigs, or no, that's fine. If they say I want a game like Brick Rigs, okay, go play Brick Rigs. But the problem is a lot of people will be like, oh, they should make it more like Brick Rigs. It's like, no, if you want to play Brick Rigs, go play that, you know, or ask Brick Rigs to become more like, you know, Storm Arcs in certain ways. But don't take away the only game that has this in-depth mechanic, you know. And it's, you know, and it's kind of like, if it's easy to pick up, it's easy to put down. If it takes a lot of investment to get in there, that's one of the reasons why you can play some of these games for like, I have 5,500 hours in Kharkov. I have almost 300 hours in Storm Arcs. And the reason I have so many hours is because it's in depth. Because I can always learn something and I always get better. And if you have a game where you learn everything in the first 10 minutes, well, guess what? It's easy to put it away because what else can I do, you know? Just reading some chat. Yeah, so I think Star Citizen they did their big Citizen Con. They got some people more on board now. They did some of their hype bullshit. They finally feature locked Squadron 42, which was supposed to be out in 2016. You know, it's supposed to be out in 2016, and it probably won't be out for another at least year or two. You know, so we're talking, you know, almost 10 years late. There's a bale left in this field there, Citrus. You know, so that sort of stuff is, I very much like the more hardcore stuff because it, you know, it gives you value. If everything's easy, then it has no value. If things are challenging, it gives it value. You know, one thing they do that is kind of annoying is, you know, they'll make all the vehicles very simple to control, and the problem with that is, again, if it's an easy barrier to entry, it's not rewarding, or it's not as rewarding. If a vehicle is very challenging, you know, for example, if you get really good at flying, say, the Hull C in Star Citizen, and it's a challenge to go learn something else, well, you're more likely to stay with your Hull C, you're more likely to be an expert at this vehicle, and that, you know, and now you're like, this is my vehicle, I feel comfortable in this, I'm an expert at this vehicle, this is what I like. When it's easy to pick up any vehicle, that's when you know, the vehicle loses its unique flavor. You know, like for example, flying commercial jets, you get a type rating on that one jet. So, you know, you can have multiple type ratings, but like say I was at the airlines, I can't fly a 737 on Tuesday and then fly a 747 on Wednesday and then a 757 on Thursday and a 76. Oh, you could do 7576s, but 777 on Friday. No, you're type rated on that one aircraft. Even if you have a type rating, you're bidding one aircraft, and generally you're seat locked for a couple of years, so you can't just move from one to the other, because you'd be in training all the time. You wouldn't be actually making them any money. And so, you know, like, you know, I was type rated in the Embraer 145. I couldn't go fly the CRJ for, you know, that weekend if they needed me. You know, I was type rated on the 145. The guys type rated in the CRJ. They stayed in the CRJ. You know, the guys on the Saab stayed in the Saab. The ATR guys stayed in the ATR. And then when a bid came up, they could bid different equipment. You know, and it's because you can't be going from, you can't just jump in one plane to the other. That's when mistakes happen. That's when you start getting your systems confused and when you start having safety problems. You know, you want to be an expert on your one craft, and that's one thing a lot of these games have a problem with is, like, somebody was complaining, like, and they like some level of simulator, but they were complaining that, oh, every time I get in my ship, I have to click the power all button. Like, literally, it's one click, and every system on the ship in Star Citizen comes on. Like, I want to have to go in, and I want to have to start every system up, and I want to have to make it take like 4 or 5 minutes, like it would at least IRL. And the benefit of that is, say, for example, you're going to land in a dangerous zone. Well, guess what? You're not shutting your ship down. You're going to leave the engines running. Why? Because if you have to get out of there in a hurry, you want your engines running. Well, guess what? Let's say you make the mistake and you shut down your engines. Well, now, you know it's going to take you 4 or 5 minutes to get everything started up, and now you're screwed. And so what's that do? It's a hard lesson learned that, oh, I can't shut my ship down all the way because I won't be ready for a fight. And I won't be ready to get out of here if I need to. And so it starts to condition you to, kind of be a little bit more in depth, and you have to think about things more, and you learn from your mistakes. And so, hey, I went in this hot landing zone, and I shut my ship down, and these guys ambushed me, and I couldn't get out of there in time because my ship was shut down. And the shields were down, and the engines were down, and the gun systems were down, and so I got killed. And so guess what you do next time? You make sure all that stuff's up and running when you go in that hot zone because you learned your lesson. And that's kind of learning experience is really invaluable in a lot of games. And unfortunately, they err on the side of super duper automation and easy mode. And I'm not a huge fan of that. I think, I talk about in Storm Arcs is the people who always use a mini map, the people who always cheat and go on the map and show where their vehicle is. You don't ever have to learn how to navigate because you never learn to navigate. You never see the value in that. And it starts to become rewarding when you navigate and, hey, I got where I was supposed to go even though I couldn't see it on the map. And that starts to really become rewarding. Attach that cab. Like one of the mods I want to add to this game is I want to do the one where we can't just tab into the next vehicle. And, I know some of the guys might get annoyed by that, but the benefit of that is you start to, for example, we have I have a mod that it's a little three-wheeler, and so good luck there, Chris. It's a little three-wheeler, and so you run around, and you don't just park your vehicles everywhere. You put them in a good spot where you can get to them easily. And so it starts to it changes the way you play, and it's a little bit more realistic, and you play a little bit. You start thinking about where you're gonna park your vehicles, and you start to think about, okay, well, I'm not gonna waste the time and do this, and this. I'm gonna take this tractor to go from field to field. I'm gonna make sure I bring everything in one run instead of just like tabbing into the next vehicle and leaving crap all over the place. So a little bit more realistic. I like to RP as realistic as we can. Yeah, they had the mod, the the Kubota mod added. There is a mod that's called it's like passenger script, and so that you can put passengers in to take people with you, so you don't have to tab. So I need to look into that, but it was included with the Kubota, which is a paid DLC, and I don't want to do paid DLCs. I wouldn't mind buying them, but I'm not going to make everybody else buy them, certainly. So it's and I do like some of the giant stuff, but often I like the mods better. Because again, it's like the nice thing with mods is there are people in the community who really love simulators. And so, for example, like this tractor does a little bit, like you notice I can shift, the pedals move. Like I won't, none of the I went and tested out a bunch of tractors to find our next tractors. And they're all tractors that have like moving shifters, and the automatic stuff like the Xerion I was using is so boring to me. It's like, yep, it always is in the right gear. It's like I want to have to make the decision. I want to be the expert that controls this vehicle, and so I just find it super boring when like it does it all for me. So it's like I think I'll just get here, but I added on the manual attach mod. So like you have to get out and you have to attach the PTO, the hydraulic lines, you have to attach the connections. And so the nice thing with that is, like, for example, if I don't hook the lines up, the brakes won't come off in the trailer and you end up dragging the brakes in the trailer. So it's more engaging, and it's not like, oh, I just drive here, press Q, drive here, press Q, drive here, press Q. It's, yep, I have to get out, you know, you make some different decisions. Okay, well, I'm not going to just like be willy-nilly what I do. I'm going to actually take my time, make sure I have the right equipment. Is it worth hooking everything up? Because it's going to take me some extra time, and it starts to influence your decisions on how you operate. You know, it's like, why don't I do auto-load bales and stuff and auto-load pallets? Because, like, this is a skill to learn, you know, the forklift. Like, see, I'm pushing it to straighten it out. Now I need to back up, and now I need to drop it and get it perfectly in there, and that's a skill that you never learn if you don't take the time. So that's why I like doing more manual operations. It makes you the expert at it. You have to learn a skill, and that gives you something. That's gameplay. You know, some people don't like that gameplay or don't realize that gameplay can be rewarding, but it's like I feel like a good front-end loader operator now because, you know, you practice. Where before it's like, you know, people say, oh, I'm bored. It's like, yeah, you're bored because you let the game do everything for you. Try doing some of it yourself. Yeah, the mods get really in depth. Like there were some awesome, like that's one of the things that sucks when you move from version to version and they, like say a modder gets busy or they go, you know, changing their life and they do something else and they don't mod anymore. It's like it sucks when your favorite mods don't come back to the game. And it's, but they've made it pretty reasonable to be able to update the mods, you know, or to convert them. You know, the conversion process is reasonably simple now, which is nice. Like I converted a couple mods for 19 maybe, for personal use. Like there was some construction equipment, and it was a really cool old like open pit mining dump truck, a big Caterpillar dump truck, and it was like 1 or 2 versions behind, and it had some problems. And so I took the old model and I converted it over for personal use. And it was great, you know, and I learned some stuff on how to convert the mods over, and I made it how I wanted it to be, and, like, you know, for example, sometime, there was one mod that I had on here I took off that was, it had a bale grinder on it, and it literally would give you 9 times what the bale was worth, which, you know, it was cheating to give you more resources, which some people like that. For me, I don't like it, but I could go in the XML and I could change it so that it doesn't do that if I wanted, you know. That's the benefit of modding. You know, you can kind of do whatever you want and need, and it's rewarding. And again, that's supposed to come in not Stormworks 2, as I believe they said they're looking to do mod support from the beginning. You know, and the game will really open up. Stormworks will really open up when they do mod support. You know, you want 1x3 wedges? Guess what? You got them overnight. Done. You know, you want, like, you know what I really want? I love the way that devs did the panels, right? You select the things, but one thing that's missing is I want to have a proper throttle quadrant. I want to be able to grab the ball in the top of the throttle, and I want to be able to pull it backwards to reduce my thrust, and I want to be able to push it forward to reduce my thrust. And I still want to be able to use, you know, the key binds if I want. But, like, I have some vehicles that have 4 engines, so they should have 4 props, 4 mixtures, and 4 throttles. So there, you know, there should be 12 handles in there, and you know, I end up, you know, you don't have the space, so I have to put up, down arrows. I would love them to add like a small throttle quadrant that in that 1x1 block you can have, say, 4 handles or 2 handles even. Well, I'll go with 2 handles. I won't be greedy. You know, that would be fan-frickin-tastic. I would love that. You know, and what will happen is you'll get modders who will do that, and then if they say, oh, the most popular mod on the workshop today is the throttle quadrant, well, maybe we'll ask that modder, hey, you know, can we have you make something for us? We'll pay you, or we'll add it in the next game, or, you know, and the devs start to see what the crowd pleasers are, and they know what to add for that stuff, and then they can focus on the engine. They don't have to worry about making new parts because the modders do it. You know, like in Farm and Sim, the devs do put out new DLC, which is like, you know, like they have a $5 DLC, which is a really cool baler. It's a stationary baler. They have like a front-end loader that's like $2. You know, there's a lot of mods that are better than those, but if you really like it and you want to support the devs, it's only $2. You could buy it. You know, and so, but they can focus on just working on the game. And the modders can help keep the game community alive, and they can work on just getting bugs out and making the game better, and then adding some features of the game, working on the next ones. That's really cool. Yeah, 2 levers on a single block would be absolutely fantastic. Like, I would like to see some more manual, like the manual valve was awesome. I'd like to see more manual stuff. Like the ability to do manual door handles that don't need electricity. That would be awesome. Yeah, that sort of stuff would be really great. You know, and instead of having to put in a feature request and do it, and then the devs are like, well, can we do this? Do we have time? How many, you know, they don't know how many people are actually gonna want that, because, like, you know, people will get all offended if I ask them, oh, put your feature request link here and I'll start, and they're like, I'm not doing that. It's like, okay, then you don't really want it in game. You came on Reddit and you bitched about it. Well, the least you could do is, like, fill out a feature request. They won't do that. Well, you don't have to do that anymore if you have mods, because the modders can make that, and the devs just say, oh, look at what's most popular today on the mod hub. That's something people really want. And they don't have to guess anymore. It's very democratic in the sense that it's on the mod hub. They can see how many people download it. They know what's popular. It's not this kind of thing, well, nobody wanted that. Yeah, they did. They downloaded it. You know, it's pretty simple, pretty easy. You know, it's not like some of the nonsense we get with Stormworks where people are like, oh, nobody wants space. Yeah, they did. There was a poll. The numbers are right there. You know, you see really quickly what mods people want. Like, I bet you 1x3 wedges, even though they're super easy to do yourself, and I think a lot of people should just do them themselves. If it's that important, you do it yourself as well. You know, it doesn't ruin your game. You just make yourself 1x3 parts. And but, like, you know, they would see on the mod hub, oh, the 1x3 parts are super popular. Let's add them innately to the game. You know. You know, but they would really need the multi-version support for mods, because you can't have. It's really a pain in the ass when you go to a new version of the game and it ruins the mods. So you need to have, like, kind of Kerbal. Like, I would stay on the old version for like 6 months until all the mod developers had updated their mods to what back to what I had, so I could still operate. Then I'd go to the new version. You know. This thing is a pain in the ass. Come on, get in there. There we go. About got it there. These bags are really cool, the tech they did on these. Now I'll grab the second one. Yeah, I get that to a certain extent. It's like, I don't necessarily always take it well when people, like, not even necessarily criticism, but somebody's like, hey, why didn't you put this on that ship? And it's like, you know, you have a vision in your head, and it's like, sometimes, you know, you just don't want to hear what other people's, like, you know, you have your own vision, you have your own desires on what you want to do, and sometimes it's a pain in the ass when somebody, that's why, like, I don't like to do unsolicited criticism. It's like, I don't review people's builds off of the front page. I don't like doing, like, the weekly top 5 or stuff like that. That doesn't interest me, because those people they didn't ask me to review their build. And so, personally, I don't like doing unsolicited criticism. That's like my build review channels. You know, I'm only reviewing stuff that people asked me to review. And part of it is, like, you get very attached to your own builds, and they're done for a certain way. Like, you know, for example, like, I like to build very realistically. So somebody will be like, oh, why don't you, oh, that ship is really slow. Why didn't you make it go 80 miles an hour? And it's like, because I want it to be realistic. And so it's like, you'll get a lot of stuff like that. And, you know, sometimes it can be annoying because, you know, like, you know your vision, you know what you want, you know your own style. And sometimes, you know, when somebody is like, I don't know, even though it's not necessarily criticism, they're like, you know, you have your own decisions, and they're almost acting like, oh, well, why didn't you just do this? It's like, you know, you have your reasons, so you're out here explaining your reasons can be obnoxious sometimes. You know, and so you get that sometimes, which is a little bit annoying, you know, and I get better with that, but sometimes you're just like, you know, I don't know, you roll your eyes a little bit, you're like, do I spend 20 minutes explaining my philosophy to this person of how I like a realistic vehicle that operates realistically? Of course, I don't want my ship that's supposed to go 15 knots that already goes 18 knots. I don't want it going 80 knots. That's silly. That's nonsense. It doesn't make sense to me. And that's sometimes why I think some people get touchy when you talk about their mods. It was a lot of work. They got it working the way they did. There could be 28 reasons why they did it the way they did it, and you're like, hey, why didn't you just do this? And they might, if they explain it, they might be like, I tried that. For 28 hours, I worked on this mod, trying to get it to do that one thing you wanted. Because guess what? I wanted it too. But it just won't work in this game. Or it's too much effort for the little benefit it does. And so, sometimes that's why people will get abrasive with that, is I think people often don't understand how much work goes into some of these things. And then they assume that, oh, well, why didn't you just do this? And it makes it sound easy, and it can piss somebody off if it took them a lot of work to do it that way, And it's sometimes I get a little touchy when somebody's like, oh, well, why didn't you do it this way? Yeah, your way works, and my way works, and this is the way I prefer to do it. And I might have 28 reasons why I did it my way that you don't understand, and do I want to spend 20 minutes explaining this to you? It was I got a little annoyed yesterday. There was a comment on, it was a video of this guy tries to get under a trailer, and his tractor doesn't have frame ramps. And so he had to go get a different tractor to go under there. And a bunch of people who have never touched or driven or operated a tractor trailer in their life now became internet experts, and they were like, oh, just drop the airbags. And so, I put a comment on there, it doesn't matter if you drop the airbags. The airbags drop the frame. They don't drop the tires because he was hitting his tires. And so you can't do anything if the tires are hitting. And I'm like, what he really needs to do is get some frame ramps for that tractor. If he had frame ramps, he would have got right under, because the second truck had frame ramps, and that tractor got right under. And so somebody, sent me a message the other day, or he could just, use the bags. And it's oh my God. It's or he could get frame ramps. It's it's just oh my God. And it's probably somebody who's never touched a tractor in their life, trying to tell somebody who has a lot of experience with that how to do it. And that's when it can get kind of a little bit abrasive, sometimes I get very particular, if somebody criticizes one of my airplanes or something, because it's I have a lot of flight experience, or they'll say something about, I get a little touchy with Stormarks if somebody says oh, the aerodynamics in Stormark sucks. And I'm not really. Yes, the air density is higher than it should be, and yes, you need more thrust than you would in real life, and yes, you don't glide as much. But a lot of people, for some reason, think you go around all day gliding. I've never had to glide in my life. Not a real glide, not the engine is actually out. I've had it where I've pulled the engine on students, and I've done it to myself and landed with the engine pulled, but never. And you drop like a friggin' rock, man. You have to pitch down 20 degrees to get enough airspeed to not stall, and then you need to slowly pull it out so you don't do an accelerated stall right into the runway. So it's some stuff like that. So I understand why some modders will get touchy with some of the commentary, because it's they put a lot of work in this, and then to get, even if it's meant in the best way with the best intentions, it can often seem like I put a lot of work in this and somebody's picking at my work that took me a lot of effort. And even though that's probably not the way people intend it, sometimes it comes off that way. Oh, I see where I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll completely misread your comment. But I see what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. It's and that's the thing, is I'm very much for example, my parents' generation, I talked about this a little bit today to somebody else, but my parents' generation were very conformist. That was the generation that, if you were left-handed, which I am, if you were left-handed, they made you write with your right hand, my parents' generation. And so generally what happens is the next generation kind of does the opposite. Their parents, whatever was the trauma that they lived through when they were young, they try to do differently with their kids. And so then the next generation kind of rebels against that thing that their parents thought was a terrible thing of them growing up. And so my parents' generation was very conformist, is everybody wanted to be normal. They wanted to be just like everybody else. And I would say my generation we're very much more, we want to be ourselves. And so you notice, like, you see a lot of, like, ADHD acceptance and autism acceptance now, and people being accepted for who they are. My parents' generation were very much like, oh, you should try to change yourself and conform to be normal. And that's a backlash from all the trauma everybody endured from that, you know. And so it's, you know, so it's like I internalize that, and I try to think of it, you know. So, for example, like I have nothing against the people who want to go, like we'll use Owl's example, you know, rockets and neons under your car. It doesn't even reach 200 miles an hour. I have nothing against the people in game and like Stormworks who want their car to go 200 miles an hour. They want their boat to go 200 miles an hour. They want like their car ferry to go 200 miles. I don't give a shit, you know. And again, that's the beautiful part about Stormworks is if you want it, you can build it, and that's freaking awesome, man. But you'll get some people who will be like, oh, your boat's so slow, why don't you make it go faster? Because they don't take the time to understand where I'm coming from. And I took the time to understand where they came from. And that can be obnoxious because, you know, I accept them the way they are, and all I ask is accept me the way I am. You know, I want my ship to be realistic. You know, so for example, like the Triton. Triton is designed to go 15 knots IRL. It's based off a real ship. It goes 15 knots max. My Triton goes 18 to 19. I usually do about 20% faster. So guess what? That's 20% faster than the real ship goes. And so somebody will be like, oh, that ship's so slow, you should make it faster. And I'll go, no, man, I like it to be realistic. And they're like, yeah, but it should go faster. It's like, and that can get annoying because it's like, I've tried to understand your perspective, and you're not making any effort to try to understand my perspective. And you'll get some people like, oh, okay, yeah, that's cool, man. You want it to be realistic. I get that, you know. And that's all that you really care about is like, you know, they don't have to agree with your position, but they just agree with that you like something different than them. You know, and that's very generational. You can see that. Like my parents' generation, like you don't watch sports. Like no, I have no interest in friggin' sports. Doesn't interest me at all. Could not care less about sports. And they act as though you're weird because of that. And I think the healthier way is like, oh, you don't like sports? What are you into? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I've never been into video games, but yeah, I can see that would be interesting. You know, just has never been interesting to me. You know, and they'll act like your hobby's wasting time. Well, their friggin' hobby's wasting time too. It's like they'll act like playing video games wasting time. Well, guess what? You know, watching sports is wasting time just as much as video games. You like your thing. I don't make fun of your thing, and you know, so it's like that's the thing I don't get. Yeah. You know, so it's like every generation has rebounds. Like bullying. Like the younger generations now, bullying is taken much more seriously. And why? Well, my generation, like, you know, we used to get bullied mercilessly, and nobody did anything about it. And you were essentially ridiculed if you ever talked about it, or if you ever brought it up, and you were some snitch and piece of shit. And so people, you know, got beat up all the time, and they got treated poorly. And so, you know, what happened was when my generation had kids, they would go into school and they would talk to the administrators and be like, this is bullshit. My kid's getting bullied every day. What are you going to do about it? And that's when things change, you know, when things change a little bit. And so it's usually, unfortunately, it's the next generation that kind of gets that. And then whatever is the hobby horse for this generation will then, you know, be the thing that changes for the next gen. And that's usually how it works. You know, like my parents' generation were very much, oh, go be a good little worker, go work for the man. Oh, don't take any sick days, don't care about your own personal well-being. You know, just work for the man and the company. And our generation is much more like, screw that, man. I want to enjoy my life. You know, and that's kind of, you know, a little bit of a rebound from that. Oh, nice. Playing Command & Conquer. My dad's never liked video games. Yeah, it's like it's funny too. Like my older brother is technically another generation than, and he's only 4 years older than me. And my younger brother's 2 years younger than I am. And so he's my older brother's technically another generation, and boy does he seem like an old man just those 4 years. And so like my younger brother and I, we played video games. My older brother never played video games, and so it was just like it's amazing how like even like that 4 year span can be completely different. Because you figure like my first cell phone was in college, freshman year of college, so I was what 19 when I got my first cell phone. And so like you figure the paradigm shift of like always being able to be in contact at all times. We didn't have that. So like it's funny, like during the '08 recession, your parents would be like, oh, well, why didn't you just go walk to the store and ask them for an interview on the spot? They'll really respect that. No, they won't. They'll be annoyed by that. And your parents will act like, oh, they know better than you. No, in their time, yeah. And that was like 20 years before I was born. That was what you did. And so now that's not what you do anymore. You don't walk in there. The system's not set up for that. They need the online application because the online system weeds out certain things. And, like they don't want you just walking in. They've got appointments. They got things to do. You're now an inconvenience. You're not, oh my God, look at this. This guy has initiative. He showed right up without being asked to come. No, they get annoyed by that, and so it's like your parents' generation will be like, oh, just go out and walk in and ask for an interview, and it's like, no, it's not how it works, Times change, Yep, and it's and it's like I have things like I used to feel bad taking a sick day. That came from my parents' generation. It was like, oh, you can't take a sick day. The company's dependent on you. Well, screw them. You're sick. You shouldn't be there anyways. And that's a negative, especially with COVID now. I think that's going to be a big change for people as people think that it's irresponsible to go in to work when you're sick. You go into work and sick. Well, now you made 5 more people sick, and those poor people have made their kids sick and their parents sick, and some of those people died because, like, I got COVID. I've been very careful, but I got COVID a couple weeks ago, and I gave it to my parents because I didn't know I had COVID yet. If I knew I had COVID, I wouldn't have gone over to their house. I wouldn't, I wouldn't have gone out at all. I figured out pretty quickly that I had it, but and so imagine if something happened to my parents because somebody went out in public, with COVID, without a mask, which people were doing, and got me sick, and then I got my parents sick. Imagine if something happened to them. First, how bad I would feel, but I didn't know I was sick. Now, imagine you knew you were sick and you went anyway, and your parents got sick and died. Like, I have friends, their parents died in COVID, and so it really pisses me off when you get people who didn't take it seriously, because all it would have been is like, just be considerate of some other people, and you could have saved some lives, and that I have no patience for that. I'm gonna go get a coffee really quick, guys. Then I gotta figure out what I'm doing next. Are you getting on, Al? I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. So let us see what we need here. So I think we're pretty well furted up. Let's see. 12. Those are wraps and silage. Take this. Need some cash. Alright, that's let's see what's closest to 23. Let's get rid of this. Unplug my joystick every time I have to do anything. Wish the field numbers are a little bit closer to each other. Alright, so 23 is right here. So 22. Let me put on the grass filter here. So probably 21, 15, 19, 21, 20. So this group here we could probably do. So 21, 19 are the ones I'm looking for. 21, 19's there. Let's check again. All right, and 21. 20 I can take later. So we'll do some contracts here. Oh my God, if I have to do it again. 21, okay. Alright, so those are all baling. Let me check them. They're all, they all need to be wrapped as well, so. I know I said I was going to, eventually I'll stop the tabbing. So when Owl gets in here, we can do these contracts, so. I need to plug my joystick back in if I want anything to work. Alright, we take the Krone Big M. Do I have a hitch in the back? I do. I can take... so, let's see. He's going to take the swather. I will grab the, I'll grab the baler and just bring it to the field. Try to stop doing third person here a second. That's not going to hitch on this. Let's see if the Crucian will hitch. Yeah, another thing that why I love Stormarch so much is like, you know, there would be a camera on this. There's no camera in game. It's fake. It's right there. Like, you know, if you're building this in game, you know, in Stormarch, okay, I'll put a camera on. And that's the thing is fan-frickin-tastic. Oh, you want a camera? Put a camera on. Oh, you don't like where that dial is? I don't like this dial. Can't see it. Put a different dial on. Oh, I can't see the back of me because my mirror needs to be turned. Turn the mirror. You know, that's what I think so friggin' great about that game is it's you just do whatever you want. You know, customized to however you like. You want it simple? Be simple. You want it complicated? It can be complicated. So grab the swather owl and bring that out too. I'm going to field 23 first. Now I'm just bringing this because I had a hitch I could take this on. I forget I have rear steering on, so I don't know why I'm not driving with the joysticks. Smoother. I think I've been this side of the map. Where the hell's the entrance to this field? Okay. Where the hell's the entrance? Other side, maybe? Probably on the other side. I'm gonna pull in front of this car. He can stick it up his ass. Yeah, we can't enter. We gotta go to the bottom of the field. So. Where the hell's this? Keep going. We gotta get underneath there. Go to the next road past. How the hell do we get over there? Okay, shit, I just saw it. Okay. If you go to the next road, up Owl, yeah, you should be able to turn left between field 33 and 35, I think. And you gotta loop around because we go under that bridge we went over, that's where we have to go, so, to get to the entrance of the field. Oh, shiza. Alright, I'm gonna cut in here and try to figure out how the hell to get over there. Okay, yeah, that's the right road. I hate driving through the hedgerows, but I'm gonna do it. Okay, went that way. That works. That works too. I think 19's right here. I think we can get to 19 from there. There's it. That's what the hell? Okay, the gate. Where the fuck is the gate? Right there by you. That's the gate right there. Yep. All right, good. Gotta get out, drop this trailer. Actually, I don't think we need that swather. We should need the swather. Yeah, we don't need it. Let me just double check real quick. I don't think we need it. Shouldn't need it because this this will. I can swath this. Yeah, we don't need that swather. If you want to head, you can leave that swather here if you want, and then go back and get the baler. We're ready to bale.
You can do it all by yourself.
What's up? What do you say? Speak again.
You can do it all by yourself.
There's no PTO on this vehicle.
I'm getting the baler.
Yeah, there's no PTO on this vehicle. Yeah, just go grab that baler. We don't need this. This will swath. Yeah, I don't pull balers with equipment that's not supposed to pull balers. Plus, this doesn't, with the manual attached, we should have no PTO connection. There's no PTO connection on this, so you can't run a baler with this. Oh shit, I pressed V. V instead of C. I was reading up on Forschritt there, the manufacturer that makes the forages and stuff. It was interesting. They were East Germany. They're making equipment. So it was an interesting history on Wikipedia. And then they were bought by Case, and now they were bought by a Chinese company presently. But it was an Eastern German company. What a time that was. Berlin Wall machinery. Down on just you, I think. Viewing. once we get a Heston baler and a chaser, this will be fun to do contracts with. I'm glad there's a lot of grass contracts because seeing that's what we mostly do, we'll have the equipment for it. Really, to do it efficiently soon will help us offset the cost of the equipment. Problem is trying to play this game in VR would be the walking around. Like, I get nauseous with the walking around mechanic, so I'd have to do teleport, and I hate the teleport. Like, they could do it. I wonder if they could do it with, it'd be interesting, have like head tracking and then do just the controllers. Because you can watch their monitor and then still use the controllers to grab things in the cockpit. You just see your arms moving out on the screen and probably have some disassociated body feeling with it. Corona.
I don't understand. It seems so heavy I can barely move.
Did you hook up the hydraulic lines? Did you hook up the PTO? The hydraulic lines are not on, your brakes aren't off.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Check it in a
You're
second.
muted on Discord.
Am I? Okay.
I have some delay.
Alright, there we go. How about that?
Yep.
Let me know. I'll come check it in a minute. It's probably one of the lines. If the lines don't hook up right on the manual attach, your brakes are on. If that happens, I'll take a look at it.
Probably the brakes.
That would probably have
I
air brakes
connected
on.
the two things.
What's that on the field there? Something on that field there. Hey, look. It's attached PTO, hoses, hold to attach hoses. Your hoses aren't attached. I have to get right in the right spot to do it. So I just saw it. Just gave me the prompt. Oh, stop. Stop. I just had it. Okay. Hold to attach hose. There you go. You're good now. Try it now. There you go.
Oh yeah, it's a Formula 1 car.
Hook some hoses up. You're all set to go. Oh, this must be a cattle field. That's a feeder, and that's okay. That's a water and feeder. Gotcha. Okay, so we're moving into 19 or 21. I gotta see how they'll get there. Get this river in the
And
way.
I'm bailing this.
Yeah, bail that, and then it needs to be picked up. Bail and wrap. You gotta bail and wrap it.
Is it doing it automatically?
Yeah, that's why I picked that machine. Is it does both at once? I don't have to switch.
Cool.
Especially with not a lot of us on right now, it's good to pick the multi-stage vehicles that will do it for us. Where the hell's the exit on this field? I'm just gonna drive across this field here. Like a jerk. Driving across the field like a jerk. Okay, I have to come up here anyway. All right. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm over. What did I hit? That signpost. Piss. I'm tipped over. That's not good. Alright. You suck. I gotta go get that friggin' fixed. Ah, that sucks. Alright. I usually try to be the one that doesn't tip shit over. And I failed.
You need some help?
Nah, I'm good. I get the front end loader on the way. I'm not gonna get it over without the front end loader. That's why I don't cut through fields like I just did. Just stuck to the roads. Came out and there was a piece of rock or something in the way and hit the rock hard and flipped.
Shit happens. Jump from surface to surface, and then he tries to crawl on you. He crawls like a weirdo. Yeah, you're crawling like a weirdo.
back here, I should be able to take this bad bitch over. Traffic for a bit. There it is, I see it tipped over.
Oh, that's bad. I've been looking at the stream now.
Yeah. Yeah, it went full friggin' over. They have like artificially very high center of gravity, so they're hard to tip, but when they go, they freaking go.
Yes.
How can I get in this? I have to actually enter on the driver's side. I think that was that might be a function manual attached as well. You have to actually get on the right side, cart side.
I was
Am I going the wrong
expecting
friggin' way?
worse.
No, I'm going the right way, I think. Yeah, I gotta go over the bridge here. Okay. Sure, I'll get there. Now, where the hell's the entrance to this one? Luckily, they have all yield signs, so I can just drive right through.
Oh yeah, Citrus is joining.
Was joining?
Citrus.
Oh, good. Yeah, he wasn't sure. He wasn't home, so I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to get on. see. 21. Where the hell are you? Trying to figure out how to get these fields. I gotta go all the way around, I think.
21 is, yeah, the other one opposite to mine.
Yeah, it's this way right here. Nope. I know which way to go now. It's down there. I like this that it's like there's little pathways and you have to kind of go the right way. It's kind of nice. I like some of the American maps, but for American maps, you pretty much need like a 16x because you lose all the friggin' like you don't have like the little towns and stuff. So there's a couple good like American maps that have like enormous fields. And they have little towns and stuff, and so you can actually do the transpo, and it's fun.
Yeah, but
like this.
they're massive.
Yeah, like I like going from, like some of them are just like 4 fields, and it's like boring as hell. Where I like this, where it's like, yeah, we have to like drive to the village, and you know, with the American maps, the fun part is like you have to load all the vehicles up on tractor trailers to get them places.
Yep.
You know, I like that, but it's like so. Some of them, like, you really need to have, like, they're good. They have, like, towns, and, like, you have your farm, and so it makes it feel like a real place, you know. Some of them are just, like, 4 fields, so you kind of need a 16x map.
But the European layout is way more compact and feasible.
Yeah, and I like it. It's, like, it's hilly, it has character. It's like a lot of American maps are so friggin' flat, and it's like, you know, it's like, yay, I'm on this, I go a straight line for 5 minutes before I hit the end of the field. You know, I do love the huge equipment, but it's like, you know, it can be less engaging.
Yeah, standard.
Yeah, but I do like, you know, like doing after the transpo, and so it's like, you gotta get the low loader and hook up all your combines, and you've got a truck that just pulls the header because the header is 65 feet long, you know.
Yes.
You know, and then you have to have like 10 trailer trucks to get all the friggin', and you need field bins. Like, I love doing combine field bins, but all I have is I've downloaded some small ones. So it's like you have some small, manageable stuff for a field, so it really doesn't take away from it.
How many gallons of fuel you need for those kind of missions?
And the other thing too is like buying the fields. It's like, oh, 2.5 million to get the next field. So you really, it's hard to move. It's hard to progress because like if you don't have millions, you can't get the next field. And so like you have to play for a long time to get the money. Where this, it's like, oh, we could buy another field, you know, instead of a tractor, and you know, we'll be able to make the money back, you know, in a couple seasons, and then get another field, and so you feel like you can actually progress a little bit. You know, it has more character. It's like, oh, I went on a straight road for 5 miles, and then I went to the town, which is like how some of the Midwest towns are, you know, so it's boring. There was a really cool one, I forget what it was called. The guy was a really cool modder. He really worked on this for a long time, and it had that feel. It was Kentucky Tennessee border, maybe, I can't remember. And so like it has the river going through it, and so there's like a farm on one side, there's a farm on another. The farmyard was really cool and laid out well and hilly and neat, and the different fields had good characteristics, and they have like the ditches, and there's a big river that runs between them, and so there's bridges, and then there's a town on one side of the bridge, and there's a town on the other, so it felt really like a realistic place. Maybe it's County Line. County Line, that's what it was. Let me see if I can find County Line. It was a really cool map. But he was a no, upper Mississippi River Valley. I think that's what it was. Let me see if I can find it.
Your truck looks like it comes from Star Wars.
It looks like what?
It looks like some kind of vehicle from Star Wars.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I love the Krone Big M. This thing's awesome. Absolutely enormous mower. But it's got a good functionality too. It's like it can, I can drop swaths, or I can drop wide swath, flat, so that it can be hayed. So it's but it's nice and fast. It's super maneuverable. It's a good machine for like. That's why I like specializing in one thing. Like we'll eventually get to cereal, but it's like we're gonna be kind of grass specialists, and then we can go do the contracts with our own shit at some point.
Well, yeah, given we have the silage space.
Yeah. It's kind of cool too. There's a bunch of cool American silage stuff. They will put it in. They do a lot of clamps now as well, but they do. They'll blow it into silos, and so it's a different system. They blow it in the silos, and so you have these cool. I forget what they're called. I was actually saw some of the mods. I was making a map myself that had them in it, and so you drive up to it, and it has a small chute on the side, kind of like the feeder bin. And it conveys it out the side into a blower, and the blower just, you drop it right in the blower, and it blows it up to the top of the silo, and it falls in. And then you just, I think it augers it out at the bottom, so you can feed the cows. But it's kind of a neat system. It's just interesting how the different countries come up with different systems. Yeah. And then the different ops, in the U.S., because of the huge, distances and the flat fields, they'll use tractor trailers in the field. And there's a really cool video. I used to watch a lot of this Tractor Watch and stuff like that. And so they will take the tractor trailer in the field. Well, because I was talking about this a little yesterday, because the tires are, you have hard road tires, they can't, they can't propel themselves through the field. So you have a tractor push them and a tractor pull them through. So you have 2 farm tractors. It will just pull the big tractor trailers through the field. It's kind of neat.
Crazy. Yeah.
And then so that allows you to get them in the field. And then they have these. I was looking for the mod. I didn't see it. Let me see if I can find it.
All 4x4, I guess, tractors.
Yeah, the tractor. Yeah. Most of the American stuff's all 4x4s. Let me see. Semi-silage US. I see some of the ops here. Yeah, I'll bring up display capture. So here is see they put the semis in the field. I'm trying to see if I can see them towing. So these are some people this is a mod. Somebody made this mod. This Myers Boss.
Yes, I'm seeing it now.
Big sucker. And then that one looks like it's fine. So I'm trying to find out what one of the trucks getting pulled by the loop. They'll put a big loop on the front, and then they'll have a hook on the tractor, and the tractor will drop the hook down. It'll grab the loop and help pull them through the field if it's too wet. I'm trying to see if I can find it. I don't see any. Yeah, say this is all the tractors in the field. So they, what was that? That's corn. Yeah, usually the corn I think is muddier, so the corn is harder to get through. So usually the corn, they're gonna need the loops. I'm trying to see, I saw a cool video on it, them pulling them through. It's probably when it gets really wet, they have to pull them. Let me see.
Do they ever use multiple trailers? I'm just seeing one trailer and one truck.
Oh, like dualies, doubles.
Yeah,
rather?
Yeah,
doubles. Yeah, we do a lot of doubles for cargo. Europe does a lot more of the double trailers for double dolly trailers for moving their stuff in the fields, because you can turn tighter with them, so the tight roads. And then the U.S. is more semis because they.
Okay, you don't need them. Yeah,
you don't need them. You have plenty of everything's built for the large tractors, so you don't need the the whole point of the dolly trailers. You can turn them super tight. The front, that's the tongue length, how long the bar is. So as you turn left, the back of the trailer will turn right, and so it'll actually pull the kite, the back trailer, to the right first. So the kite should turn in the same space that the front one did. And so you can make the turn, and even if you had 10 trailers on you, they should all make the corner. Where if you had, if you don't have that type of dolly, it will eventually it will cut in. So I could So like I'm used to driving double 28-foot trailers, and you can turn tighter with the doubles than you can, and you're like say at 65, 70 feet long than the 53-foot trailer, because the 53 it off tracks more, so you can actually turn tighter with the double trailers. So that's why they usually do it. I don't see any pictures of them getting pulled through, but I've seen the videos of them doing it. It's kind of neat. Let me see if I can find upper, but this is how the U.S. will do a lot of it, and then they like absolute, like this is like a silage mountain. They do a lot of corn silage. Like you see, they have like the biggest equipment in there, like they have the big case, just compacting. But everything's supersized. The Australia's supersized like that too. Let's see if I can find
Yeah, I'm afraid to ask how much it costs to buy a machine like that in the US compared to ours, because ours are really toys compared to yours.
Yeah. It's like some of those like 400,000. So this is upper Mississippi River Valley. Let me see if I can get a picture. This is a really cool map. I gotta see if it comes to 22. But this was like it has a pretty cool, like it has a couple farmyards. Has the fields still have some hills and some character to them. And then the map, I'm trying to see if I can get a good picture of the map. Like the map, like it's very realistic. Like he did overhead views of the map and really worked on. But it has the Mississippi River goes through. There's a town here on this side. There's a town here on this side. There's fields on either side. A lot of good roadways. That's the grain sell point. That's your main farm. There's another farm up here you can buy, I think, for sheep. So like see the farmyard has some character too, so it's not just like, you know, it's hilly, there's entrances in and out, it's kind of have to go back around,
all squares.
Yeah,
and
exactly. And this is like you blow in silage into this. That's the silage blower, so that's the blower for the silage. It goes up and in the bins. So it's kind of it's a neat map, but I'll have to say if it came to 22.
So I finished the field, but I'm stuck at 50% filling with the machine.
You're at stuck at 50% what?
Filling with grass into the machine.
Okay, yeah, just you can move on to the next one.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
nice. And it's the 21?
Yeah. 20, 19, and 21. 19 is the next one I cut. So,
Oh, okay, 19.
yeah, if you go up, you got to take the bridges, and then 19's right after the bridge, and then hit 21. I'm
Yes.
going to go grab, should not take this John Deere. I will take this back, and then I will get one of the other John Deere's. Citrus, you getting on? Okay, he says he can join in 20 minutes. Copy. I just saw your message, sorry. Yeah, so that'll be good. And then this is going pretty fast. We can accept the next contract if we wanted to. Once we get going here. Go and get one of the John Deere's, and I'll pull the trailer and start making deliveries. Like, you know, I love the machine so much that I like round bales, I like square bales, so what I'll often do is I'll if we're gonna do silage bales, I'll do round silages, or like if we do straws are always squares, and like it depends on. Sometimes we'll do stuff like that so I can have multiples of the equipment. I really like the Heston stuff, so we'll probably do that.
We'll adapt to whatever you choose as workers.
I stayed up way too late looking at mods last night. It was just like I would grab some mods, put them on, test them out, grab them, put them on, test them out, you know. And that's all from the official mod hub. You missed the field.
Well, yeah, I don't even know why I was coming here, to be honest. It was just talking.
I used to get stuck on autopilot sometimes driving, like, some of my routes, like, I would go the same exit on the highway to get on the highway, and there was one leg where I wouldn't, where I'd go somewhere else. And so you get stuck in autopilot, you're like, God damn, why am I on this highway? You have to turn around.
But my father has been in the US once. He said that if you missed your exit, your next exit is something like 10 miles away.
Yeah, it
Is it
depends. Like where I live, it's people actually live here, so it's only like at most like a mile, like or less. So it's very like it's not super populated here, but it's like in the Northeast, in the lived-in area, like you don't have to go very far, and that's what I grew up with and what I was used to. And I was in college, and my brother and I were going to the airport in Florida, and we accidentally got on the Florida Turnpike, and I expect, no, it's not a big deal. We'll just go up the next mile and turn around and go back. And we were on there for 20 miles.
20, okay.
And it was like, oh my God, because like the Florida Turnpike goes through the middle of the state where it's a lot of agriculture, so there's like nothing out there, and we couldn't turn around forever, and so it sucks. So you get certain places it's like that. You can't turn around forever, and but where I am, it's like probably a mile, and it's all like clover leaf, so you just go up and over and get back on. So it's like, oh, I missed my exit, not a big deal. But other places, like devastating when you miss your exit.
I guess. Okay. In the deserts also probably going to the west.
Yeah, like a lot of the west is like that. It's just like, they'll have signs up, next gas 500 miles. It's like, okie doke.
Oh, yeah. That's scary.
That's one of the things that makes it hard for the U.S. to progress in certain things, like fuel efficiency is or like moving over to electric cars is like the auto manufacturers screwed up a bunch of the stuff to try to make it in their favor, but it was also like, people like, 200-mile range on a car is not enough. Well, yeah, for most people, because most people live near other people, it is, but for them, it's not. So yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, you stay with a gas car, and the rest of us will have electrics,
But transportation-wise and cargo, isn't it better to use trains on long distances like yours?
Yeah. If they do a lot of train, like a lot of our cargo containers would go on the train, and then we would go to the train yard to pick them up. Why is this not? Did I kick off the autopilot? Why is it not driving? Come on, drive. Come on, put cruise control on. There you go. Yeah. So like they'll put stuff on. Like we had California, Chicago trains. We had some trains going to the south, and so we would bring them down the train yard. They'd throw the containers of the trailers on the train, and then they would pick them up, and vice versa. And then we bring them.
You'll have to drive 200 miles perhaps to your destination.
Yeah. Like most of our stuff was short, but like sometimes they'd go down to New Jersey and get a load off the train if the train didn't make it all the way up. But a lot of the stuff we would do was like an hour there, hour back, and they bring all the rails in for the day.
Okay, it's still doable. Okay.
Yeah, and then a lot of our stuff was building to building. The way the logistics ops works was like they would pick up all the local packages as they were delivering, or all the packages that they were delivering, and they'd come back to the hub, sort them. Everything going to like New York would go into New York. Every regional thing would be in a regional trailer, and then they'd move them out. And then you'd have stuff that's going to a specific building that would then, go out to its area. And so then you'd bring, like, that's usually what I would do is bring something to, say, Connecticut, and it was all the stuff for the Hartford area, and then they would unload the trailer, and then they would be filling your trailer with all the stuff that was going to the Northeast. And, you would then bring the trailer back, and that would get sorted into your building, and then whatever was local got sorted into the local cars to go out, and then whatever needed to be sorted for the region would be sorted for the region.
So do you actually know what you're transporting or not?
No. Our stuff was just, whatever people ordered was just would be anything consumer goods. Like we would do customer pickups. Like we might go to, say, Stanley Tools, so it was all like tools and drills and stuff like that. But
I have some.
But generally, like that was just the customer pickups because you're going to a specific business. It might be like we went to a place that did filters for, like environmental filters and stuff like that. That's what was in there, but. generally, like, if you were taking it from building to building, it could be anything. It could be shoes, it could be, you know, wine, it could be whatever. It was, you know, all in the vehicle, whatever's in the trailer. We didn't really care what it was. We just dropped the trailer off.
But you would probably want to know the weight of your cargo and so
Yeah,
on.
generally, like, our stuff is light. Like, consumer goods are generally light, so, like, even if the trailer was packed to the gills, very rarely was that heavy. Like, we would get a set of doubles every once in a while, like, 200% 24-footers tend to be heavy. But the heaviest trailers we would take would be the, we would take the dollies, because each dolly's 4,000 pounds. We'd take 11 dollies. So you're talking 44,000 pounds in one of the containers. The container weighs 10,000 pounds, so you're up to 54, and then the chassis weighs 7,500. So you know.
The ones who are really struggling are mostly the ones in farms, mines, and so on.
Yeah, those tend to be really super duper heavy. But like our stuff, the most we would ever get was we'd be just hitting 80. You know, we didn't have any overweight stuff we really dealt with. The ones that would sneak up on you, we had a couple places that they would do books for Christmas, and so they would ship out books, and it was pallets of books, and those were really heavy.
Oh, it's heavy, yes.
You got a whole trailer.
I'm moving from one country to another, and I have something like 50 boxes of books.
Yeah.
And that's heavy, breaking my back.
Yeah, yeah. We had like I had to almost drive an overloaded 24-footer one day. It was water. It was pallets of water for like a company was buying pallets of water, and so it was the whole 24-foot trailer. You know, this was not a heavy-duty truck. You know, and it was completely full of pallets of water. That was heavy because it was, 8 pounds per gallon, or 8 pounds per gallon? Yeah, 8 pounds per gallon. Where am I going? I'm gonna go grab that accumulator trailer and start trailing.
Almost finished this field too.
Nice. Yeah, these are kind of nice and small fields.
Mm, 21. I have to make a giant detour.
Okay. 21, yeah, you gotta go up back towards the main road, and right before you hit the bridge to go back over the river, down by 17, between 17 and 20 is the entrance for that.
I see.
There's a little, you'll see it, it's like a white dirt road. You head down that and it'll go straight in. Yeah, it's kind of nice. Like, there's a couple farms here, and so, if you wanted the cattle, like, we bought the farm that I bought, and then, like, there's a little farm over here you could get and then stay in these smaller fields. But, we'll start kind of, I think the next buy is 62 is cheap, so 62 will probably come reasonably fast. and then it's probably gonna be like 60, 84, 61, 64, 65, and 52.
60. 60 is
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, and that way we're kind of, that will keep us so that our grass operation can kind of stay in that one place. And that's all going to be grass, and then start to be able to branch out into cereal crops. That way, you know, because grass, it's easy for us to like move. You don't want to have to take the mower off and go halfway across the map. And then the cereals, it's not as big of a deal because they harvest at different times. So you can kind of deal with that a little bit differently. So the planning can bite you in the ass if you don't do it right.
How much do we need to start buying fields again?
It's going to be a while, because we need tractors next. Once we, you know, we need to start making a move. Not necessarily, but we could use a couple more powerful tractors. And so those are like, I found a, you know, I have a couple. I'm trying to keep the price realistic too. There are a couple that the prices just aren't realistic, but the so I didn't use those. But we have a couple that are, you know, probably about 100 grand a piece. And I'm still probably not going to put GPSs on them because we can always add them later, and it'll save us quite a bit of money to not get into it yet. And because we're going to need a bigger front end loader for some of the baling, and we need to get ready to buy bigger equipment. So, like, I want to get into the Heston balers. Will help speed up our bale operations, and so the you know, we need more horsepower to be able to run all that crap, and so the need 2 more tractors. That's about 200 grand, and then once we have that, we can start to kind of think to get into some new fields, because that's, you know, buying the new grass equipment like all the forage harvester and everything helps with that. So we should be able to really operate a lot of grass at this point.
200 grand is a lot.
Yeah.
Given we're spending everything we make
Yeah.
each time.
Because the big thing is we can start get, you know, we also need to buy more cows. That's our main, you know, but our big money maker is silage. So selling that silage, like we have 300,000 liters of silage in there. So that's what that's 300 grand in there right now. So we have over 300 grand of grass silage in there, and we'll put another cut on. So we'll probably have like 600 grand this winter we'll be able to sell. So.
Not bad.
So that's kind of that's why the planning stage has been kind of long. Is, you know, we're going to be doing pretty good on money, but we have to get to that point. And then once we have 600 grand, we need to not, like, we bought too many more fields and we're still running small equipment. It makes it,
we're stuck.
Yeah,
we're stuck.
It's a big waste of time. Like, it takes us forever to fertilize, it takes forever to spread slurry. We don't have enough cows to make enough slurry, so we're buying fertilizer. We're having to roll all day long. It kind of gets us, we start to get to the bigger equipment. Like, we're pretty good now on grass stuff size-wise, but baling takes too long with the small baler. The point of the small baler is just so that we can feed our own cows. So we might bale one field with the small baler, and then the Heston baler will do the rest of the bales to sell, and that's big money. That will help us with money, and so we'll transport that on like a semi truck, and that will allow us to move a lot of bales and sell them all at once. And then we get in the Heston balers are very heavy. The Heston bales are very heavy, so we need a big tractor to run the baler. Plus, we need one of the tractors I've already found has a front loader attachment, and it has a lot more horsepower, so it can handle picking up the bales and putting them on the trailer.
Yeah, I guess.
And then we start really getting into a good efficiency there. And then we start doing our own contracts. We don't have to rent equipment, which is nice. So the contracts help us make the kind of the financial decision of, oh, it's going to be okay to have this piece of equipment because
at least we can try it.
Yeah. it makes a it makes a little bit of money on our farm, but if we add our farm and then what we make on the contracts, it makes more. Like the leases for this contract equipment is super small. Like it's like ridiculously low. So like I paid like $500 to rent all this equipment. That's silly. It should be thousands, you know. But you know, it's kind of RP a little bit. I'd like to get us to a point where we can use our own equipment. There's Citrus booting up. Okay, this one's good. This one takes 24 bales on it.
Massive.
Yeah.
It looks like an S400 almost.
Yeah. Let's see, where is this going? I believe this goes biogas. Biogas. Okay, one of them's animal dealer. Shit. Okay, it's fine. I can dump I'll dump them first. So I'll dump these at the animal dealer first. Where does that go? That doesn't connect with the road, does it? It goes under. Let's go this way. But this actually is a good capacity. It's 24 bales. I was like, oh, if this has 12, it's going to take a while, but I can hit that. I can get the rest of the bales out of this field and move on to the next one, and then we don't have to come back here. But it's like everything gets more and more like, you know, you need bigger tractors to run the bigger equipment to try to save time, and then you can get new tractors, so it's kind of a, you know, it's constantly moving, so you have to plan, which I like. I like that element of the game. Is actually, you know, you benefit by planning out instead of it being like just random, like, you know, fly by the seat of your pants.
No, you can fly like that, but it's quite expensive. Your choices might be unlucky or lucky depending on your playstyle.
That's why, like, you know, this stage here is like, it seems like we're, you know, constantly gonna be poor, but like I said, you know, we're gonna have 600 grand plus of silage sitting in that clamp, and we don't have that many cows, so most of that's gonna get sold. And then we can buy a couple tractors, we can buy a lot more cows, and then as we get more cows, we get more silage, or we get more manure, we get more muck, which is all free fertilizer. The grass doesn't really need liquid fertilizer, it just gets rolled, you know, so that's pretty much free. You know, we just have to run the machines. We don't have to worry about buying fertilizer at all, and so that's nice, you know. And then moving on from there, we start buying more fields, which can, you know, is making even more money silage wise. So it starts to, we'll start to get in the money pretty quickly, and then we can start thinking about if we want to start adding, you know,
some new equipment.
Some cereal, yeah. Start adding cereal crops. We need a combine. We need, you know, yeah. We need to plow. We need to cultivate. We need to seed. You know, so we won't get into stock crops like corn, but we'll get into real crops because they're some of the most profitable anyways, and they get us into you know, the real crops. We can use one piece of equipment essentially for it.
Yeah, the thing is that mostly we are improving our own equipment since we started.
Yeah.
You bought some fields and then everything improved.
Yeah.
Just it takes time.
Yep.
The ladder is steep.
Yeah, so it's just the patience of that is, like, I'm a patient person. I can do it. You know, like, I don't get bored with the grasshoppers. Like, I chose what we were doing pretty deliberately to make sure that we had the good. Let me see. Okay, it's still closing. This is just taking forever. Like, you know, I chose grass for part of the reason was, you know, we'd have to be hauling fertilizer all day long, and like Citrus absolutely hates doing picking up rocks out of fields. So it's like every time we plow, we would have to lime every third hit. We would have to pick the rocks. We'd have to weed. We have to put a cover crop in. We have to cut in the cover crop. We have to cultivate. We have to seed every season. Like with grass, we don't have to seed again, you know. And so it's like we cut out a lot of the work, you know, and that's nice. And then so there's, you know, there's a lot of that stuff, but then there's a lot of sitting around. Hey, how's it going there, Skelton? You know, so there's a lot of sitting around too. With this, it's less sitting around because we get at least 2 harvests a season, you know, of grass. More than that, probably. We'll get 2 or 3.
Yeah, and the silage is quite expensive, so it
Yeah.
works well in our company plan.
Yeah, exactly. So the silage is it's consistent money. We have 2 places to sell it at. It's not all that hard to haul. You know, we can use it ourselves for the cows, but we can also sell any excess. So that's why I like grass off. Plus, I love baling. Baling's fun. Oh, you're making a 4-engine bomber there, Skelton. That's cool.
So what are we doing?
Currently, we are doing contracts. If you want to run this and pick up bales, you can do that. And then once we get this first contract done, I need to look. I should have written down the number because I'm afraid to turn them in because I don't want to.
You can see on the contract page.
Does it show you? Okay.
Which,
yeah. So so once we finish the first, you know, we have to keep the one up that we started with. But once we get another one done, that's not the main contract that the equipment came from, I can start cutting the fields because this contract is like the fields are small, they're tight together, and they're all going silage biogas. So we should be able to get this done and try to grind in some money. I'd like to get out of debt.
yeah, I can pick up the bales if you want.
Okay, yep, here, I'll get out. So manual attach is on now, Citrus, so you need to come in and manually attach, so. You're all attached, but you hold Z to control to hook up the lines. You tap Z to hook up the PTO if there's a PTO, and you just tap Q to attach the trailer. So that one is B to drop the grabber, and then just Y when you dump it. It doesn't dump vertical, it dumps it at a 45, so it works fine. If you get in the drop zone, it will just eat them up as it goes. I'm gonna go use the baño and I'll jump across this drink. Oh, dude, you guys would have loved it last night. You know those liquid tanks? It's such a pain in the ass.
Oh, they were.
Because the trailer we have it's a high center of gravity. If you don't put them right in the middle, I rolled over one time, had to revert the save.
Oh no, come on.
And
Nice.
then I end up getting it down there successfully, right? And I didn't sell the milk. I put the milk in the thing, right? And then I say, okay, I'm gonna go and get water. And so I tipped the friggin' front end loader over twice, trying to go in the river to get water. And I finally got out. And then I get it back to the farm, and the collision on those isn't perfect for dumping it in the what do you call it, the garden. So there's a trick to it. You have to put it in a certain spot, then tip it backwards so it's at a 45-degree angle. Then you can get all the water out of it. And so I was just like, oh my god, this is a pain in the balls. I might have to get a different trailer. Get a water.
Sounds like you had a great time.
Yeah, so I got a lot of the stuff figured out on it, but so definitely if you're driving with those liquid tanks on the back of the trailer, do not go fast. Do not take the turns fast.
Whoa.
All right, I'm gonna just sit here where we can watch these guys, and I'll be right back. How's it going there, Variante? Alright, I am returned. Let's read chat here. Do I need a ground speed dial? Not really. Not in game. I don't know, pressure altitude is really not a huge deal in game, so I don't even bother with that. With ground speed, just currently they are bailing and delivering bales, and then I'm gonna check the contracts here. And let's see. So you said it tells you which one, right, Citrus?
Yeah.
How do I know which one it is?
The one that's completed is the one.
Oh, least cost right there. Perfect. Okay, good. So, yeah. All right, so we'll finish up. So take the rest of the biogas, and then when one of those gets closed out, I'll close that and I'll open up the next one because these fields are all close to each other. We have the cutter still, so. I'll take a look at this here baler. I haven't looked at this sucker. Oh, look at that. It's got a beautiful wrapper on it. Delightful, delightful. Oh, I'm stuck. There we go. Pretty cool. So
Just annoying. You have to stop a couple of times while you work because you have to drop the bale in here, the one that is being wrapped, and make the place for the one that has been produced by the machine.
Yeah.
So you have just to stop in one instance to load.
Yeah. This fellow here. Ah!
Oops. Killer.
Move on there, sucker. Road wrecked. I think this field here is a contract when we get to this one next.
Grass. Yeah, nice.
My little man needs a squeeze. Cat gets his treat, and then he wants to be a huggy lap man. Right? It's like he loves his treaties. Let's see. I don't think if there's anything else. I don't really need to do anything else. I think if he dumps that whole stack off, that might close out one of those. Then we can move on to the next one.
I wonder how many will be left for us.
Yeah, probably be good profit on that. Is that we make about just as much money on the friggin' bales? There's somebody left a bale in one of the fields. Let's see, I saw it. I was driving around. I saw it. Let's see. Field 80. Was it 89? I think field 89 has a bale sitting in it.
I can't find 89. Where is it?
Bottom left. Or middle left by the river.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's one it's in 8. I believe it's in 8. So sitting it's right by the road in 8. So when I
It's like an accident.
Yeah. Let's see. He's up by the dairy now. Let me check production line here. Display capture on. There we go. So, I want to let me click. Okay, there we go. Let's see. So I used up a little bit of milk, but not a ton. We still have a bunch of milk left at the farm, but there's no rush in getting that there. Now the cow's looking. Let's see, what's our number of cows? We have 11, 16, 36, 41, 46 cows.
Are they reproducing or?
Yeah, they are.
not?
This one here is at 90%, so we should get another one soon. That one's at 20. That one's at 90. I think all 5 of them too. I don't know if we get 5 at once or what, but these are at 40%. Holsteins are at 40. The Angus are the beef cows. those can get sold off at any point, but they're reproducing because they're with the other cows. Then we have these guys are at 50%. So this whole group of 10 sheep are still not even mature yet. So those aren't mature. These aren't mature. Those are reproducing, but they're only at 20%. So we have 30 mature, 40, 40, 50. 50 are mature, and the other set are not mature. So, but once they all get mature, we'll start banging out a bunch of. We'll start to get a lot of extra sheep too. So it's kind of good. Try to split it up so we didn't get a huge bunch of babies that we couldn't feed at once. You know, so now
they all starve to death.
Yeah, buying bale sucks. So now we have plenty of food. So once we'll get like a big boom of animals at once, which would be nice. You know, start really increasing the production. Oh, I gotta do that again, cause yeah. But the I found a couple cool trailers that I think will be a little bit better for moving some of that stuff. But yeah, eventually we'll get into a semi-trailer and take a semi-trailer, you know, to bring all the.
Yeah, I'm dreaming a Scania or some kind of truck, just to.
Yeah. Here, I'll show you what. So I found this truck. Shit, it's not installed. It's installed, but it's not in the game version. I'll bring up the website. This is a really cool one. So I'm trying to stick with some of the same creators because they make some really good shit. And I know their quality and they're gonna work. They're not gonna cause problems. So like, where is this guy's truck? It's really cool. So I know Citrus wanted a hook lift, but I prefer this system. So this one works pretty neat. Let me see if I can find it. Forget who the guy was. I downloaded it. Here it is, right here. AAA modding. So this is going to be not necessarily going to replace the ones we have, but this one here, this one can have a semi on it, but this is also a field tractor. So this one can have a 3-point hitch. It also can take field tires, and it has all the attachments. So it's this type of attached body. So this one can take a milk tank, silage, manure, a log trailer, fuel, sprayer, a bunch of different throwers. It can even take a mixer wagon. So that one is, you know, we'll end up, we'll end up doing the same thing we have, where one of them will be the semi and one of them will be the non-semi, kind of like we have it. And these are, they're not a huge amount of money. What are they? I'm trying to see. 90,000 for the truck, but they're
worth it.
Yeah, they're worth it, and they have good power, and so it's essentially the same type of thing we're doing, but it's a big upgrade on. You know, those should be able to haul anything. You know, and then they're the same trucks. So we kind of know they work, and we'll keep the old stuff. It'll still be worthwhile, you know, to do certain jobs. Eventually it gets expensive to do the maintenance on everything. So, all right, he's transported. Let's check the contracts. All right, good. This one's completed. This one is the lease. This one is the non-lease. We will turn that one in. All right, good. Field. Let me check the map. We'll see what this field is next to us here. We are currently 20. So let's grab 20. So here's 20. And we'll accept the 20 contract. This is take the bales to the animal dealer. So these are wrapped silage to the animal dealer. Accept that contract. Okay, good. All right, get cutting. You know, I meant to show you guys the tractors we're getting next to, but we don't necessarily need to get those tractors right away. But the big one is, the one we need is, if we want to get a bigger baler, we need some power. So we're probably going to get the 4 series with the front loader, and then we'll get a 7 series with the front loader. So we'll have, we're going to keep the little John Deere, because that lets us do the littlest of jobs, move stuff in and out of the tightest areas. And then the big stuff is going to be so we'll have 2 large front end loaders. We'll kind of do the same thing. I'll have a 2-wheel drive and a 4-wheel drive. So kind
The
of
one I'm using is lovely.
Yeah.
It's a Fend. I don't know
Yeah, I like
if you like it.
It's like 300,000. So
Yeah.
So, yeah. I like expensive stuff.
That's the other thing too. Is I don't like modern stuff too much. It's too plasticky and it's too automatic. Like the John Deeres that we're gonna get next, they're good power, but they're old school. So it's like you still shift and they're more engaging, but they're gonna have better power. And so like one of them is like I think 2 something, and one of them is gonna be like 175. And so that will be good power, and we'll be able to pick up big bales, so we'll be able to run a large baler, and that progresses it so that we can start doing a little bit bigger bales and operate the bale system a little bit better. It'll be a lot quicker to fill trailers because instead of using the tiny front end loader, we can use bigger buckets to load stuff up quicker. So that's going to be beneficial. Because especially if we want to go to cereal crops, we'll already have the tractors to run the plows. Because the plows, you need a huge tractor for plows.
It's almost like you're cheating in mowing this field.
Yeah, it's so tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why, especially like these small European fields, I don't want too big of a mower because it's just like, oh, done, move on to the next one.
Yeah. You turn on a dime and perfect.
This is cooperative what we're doing now, but it's like that's one of the reasons I got the foragers. It's like it's cool, like when we get to a big field and it's like one of you guys is next to me and I'm filling you up, and then the other guy shows up and the swap over, and then one person runs and dumps it, the other person comes in and starts filling up, and it's kind of a it's well orchestrated.
It's amazing.
It's fun doing that. You're not just alone in the field. Yeah, but it's like I'm already freaking done with my job.
Yeah, you're done.
It's like,
5 seconds of work
exactly.
and you're done.
And that's fair. And that's kind of like I bring that up at Stormworks. It's like the people who do they have something that does everything in like 2 seconds. It's like, take your time, savor it a little bit. You might enjoy it more. Yeah, you rush sometimes. It's like you get the biggest. Like if we bought American combines and stuff, it would be like we would friggin' it's a 65-foot header. You'd have to have a truck pull the header into the field to even attach the header, and then you put the header on, and it's like. You do 2 passes and you're done. You need the truck to come back to take the header out. It's like, no, buy a European tractor built for European combine for European fields. Which I already installed it, but I'll show you some of the stuff I got while we're while I'm doing nothing. Let's see. So I'll show you the tractors that I got. There's a lot of it too was me going through and making sure that the tractors worked well and there were no bugs. And that they kind of, I like seeing the gear shifts and stuff, and so making sure they were good. So let's see.
So you bug tested them in advance?
Yep. There was one that I didn't like the Black Sheep mods of the same version. Like the tires it was oversized, and the tires were too big, and it just it wasn't scaled properly. And I like the scale of the other one better, so I got that. So this Casarius modding was really good before. This is a cool one. This one's going to be late game for us, this case, probably. This one goes up to 245 horsepower. So that one is nice, powerful tractor.
I like the double set of wheels.
Yeah, I like the doubles on it. So that's this one, and then so that one's later. That one's not that much money, but I don't want that. I don't need that big of a tractor yet. And then I'm trying to find it here. Originally, I was gonna go with this 8 series, but I don't like it. I tested it and didn't like it. So this is the that's the black sheep one I didn't like. This one we got this JHHG modding is really good. They've been around forever. So this is one of the ones we're gonna get next. So this is an American row crop John Deere 7 series, and so this one has a front loader. It goes up to where in the hell's 175 horsepower. 175 horsepower for
Decent.
be like 110 grand once we put all the additional equipment on it. So it's not that bad, and it's gonna give us good horsepower and a really good front loader. So that one's one of the ones.
A bit expensive, perhaps, but
yeah. And then this is the other one here. This one is a so we'd get the 4955 version, which is the highest horsepower. That goes up to 228 horsepower. And I've operated the John Deere what is it, 710D. It was based off of this model, so I've driven one of these. So these are neat. So this one here can have a front loader, but we can get it up to 228 horsepower. The base model is 190, so that's another good, powerful tractor to run stuff. So we'll have a couple that can run the biggest stuff, and then
you're planning to replace something you already have, or
probably get them in addition. And the reason is the two John Deeres, the three John Deeres we have are really cheap, like the because they're old models. The one like that Citrus is driving, that was only like 20 grand. So the two of those are only like 20 grand, and then the front end loader was only like 12 grand. So they're super cheap. And so we're just gonna keep them around because like the maintenance is pretty negligible. And then like if more people jump on, we have them. Like you see, they're still workhorses. He's still transporting the bales with them, and then the other ones are gonna have row crop tires on them, so they're not gonna be good for driving on the road. So
no, but perhaps loading products
yeah,
to the
exactly.
farm, strawberries, tomatoes,
Yeah.
and so.
So like those are gonna stay on. So the new big tractors are gonna stay on the farm because they'll probably have row crop tires, and so they'll stay in the fields, and then the other tractors can go on the road. And so those will be mainly field workhorses, and then the John Deeres we have, like Citrus is running now, those work well on the road because they're narrow spec, and so they'll be able to run on the road and do that kind of work. So kind of thinking ahead of every use case and what they need. You like that trailer, Citrus? Kind of a neat trailer. Yeah, but let me look at. I'll bring up the Heston balers. I have them. They're not installed in the game, so let's go. Like the Hestons are really cool. This is the old school Heston that I like. This look here, and so you see how enormous this bale is. It's friggin' huge. And so this baler isn't that much. It's the baler itself is only 50 grand. It's because it's an old baler. No, it's 120. There's two models. One is the old model, 54, and the new model is 125. The accumulator sits on the back. That is, where's the accumulator? This is the accumulator. So it lines up three of them, then it dumps it off, so that when you go to load the trailer with a forklift, you pull the trailer up next to it, and you can load 3 bales at a time. You don't have to like just keep moving and moving and moving. And so this baler, has a really big capacity. I'm trying to see what the so the Heston bales are 1.8 meters by 2.2 meters. Let's see. Okay, no, that's the wrapper I'm reading. Trying to read. So these are the biggest bales, and so that doesn't say what the volume is of them, but they're very they're very large, so we don't have to move as many bales. You see it's variable size. So this is good for selling because we don't have to hand load any of these into like our feeder wagons. So we're not going to get rid of the small baler. Small baler, we'll bale one field. That'll be all the bales we need for the year, essentially. And
probably to feed the animals.
Yeah, exactly, for feeding the animals, and then we'll sell these because these are much easier to load onto a semi-trailer. And then, so that one needs, what's the horsepower requirement? I don't see what it doesn't say it, but we're gonna need some horsepower to run that. Especially if we have such hilly fields, we need the horsepower just to friggin' to get up and down the hills. Yeah, so having a little bit of extra horsepower is nice on that. But, you know, we definitely need the bigger tractor. We can't pick those bales up with the smaller tractor, so we have to have a bigger tractor to pick them up. Like that, a little tractor would tip right over.
Like with the milk.
Yeah. The milk, I can just barely work with that little one. So, like, the milk would be really helpful to be able to get on with the bigger one. All right, so this one's almost done. This field 19 is almost done. And then 20 will finish up pretty much the same because they're filling at the same rate. So let me quickly, I'll be right back. Alright, I returned.
We have almost finished this field too.
Nice.
Collecting now.
Yeah, it is a good model there, Yonkers. I've played with it before and tested it out. That guy's a good modder. Yeah. See results. Okay, this one's good. 19. All right. Let's see where we're at next for fields. Okay. So we did 19, 21, 23. We could do 14 and 12, 15 potentially. 90.
Well,
You see if 90's ready. That way what goes south will work our way north. I don't see it though. So. There it is, right there. Okay. Alright, I'll meet you at 90. You want to run the big M or you happy to bail?
I'll bail.
Okay. You get out of there. Trying to see. Can't find the M. No, it's big M.
Big Mike.
There it is. Okay. No, plug the joystick back in. It's getting annoying. To unplug it to make the map not be a pain in the ass. A little too maneuverable, huh? This thing?
Look at that.
Yeah,
There is
great.
another bridge also. There are two bridges.
Yep, that's why you get spoiled on this shit.
It's just a bit.
Yeah, I tend to prefer to run foragers, so like they have a John Deere forager that I really like. I pretty much always stick to mods. The game kind of simplifies it, and I don't like it.
So bridge left again.
Yeah, right off the bridge there. I do like it with all the lights on. They've gone so far with this game. It's like, to a certain extent, you kind of need to keep the developers that are passionate about it and keep moving on. You need to keep them fed. And that's like one of the things I hate about the review bomb with like Stormworks was like, a lot of people have this fantasy that some dev is going to come along and rescue, and rescue a failed game. It's like, no, they're not. The game failed. Why are they going to go do that? Like, there are cases where, yeah, they kind of made it better or whatever, but it's like the better thing is you have a dev that's already passionate about it, already knows about it, and likely keep it with them and they'll improve it. It was like some of the modders, I forget who it was, they were like pretty prominent modders. They tried making their own farming sim game, and eventually they ran out of money, and like their big gimmick, the thing that they wanted to do differently was they wanted to do deformable terrain. And
Like
so,
Mother Runner.
yeah, and so they spent a ton on that, and that was like their main focus, and I don't think it was that important of a feature to enough people, and the game, and it failed. And so like it was funny, like some of their things were like pointing out, they were making fun of this game because, for example, like this game, it used to rain in the barns because they didn't have that, essentially, whatever it is that keeps...
Collision for the roof.
Yeah, collision for the roof that keeps the rain from coming in. And like you had grass that would stick through the floor of the vehicles, and so it was like stuff like that. It was pretty minor, but it was stuff that people would like to get fixed. And so that was like Calicrops was showing off that, hey, we don't have these things, and this game doesn't have that anymore either. And this is the established developer, and kind of the fantasy that some newcomer is going to be able to come out and do it better than those who've been working on it forever. It can happen, but I think it's a lot more rare. Yeah, it's a lot more rare than people think it. And it's like, you think somebody's going to come in and just swoop in and get everything right, and oh, if a competent dev came in and worked on Stormworks, it'd be so much better. It's like, there's a reason why some of the things don't work in Stormworks because it's difficult, and like the people who they go gaga for search and rescue and think it should all be search and rescue is like, oh, if somebody was come and focus on search and rescue, they'd be super popular. Not necessarily. It's like the audience for just search and rescue building game is very small. So all they're going to do is corner that part of the market. And then the first time somebody wants to build something that's not search and rescue, they'll be back to Stormworks,
Yeah, and in the end, it's a game. You have to build the stuff, so why complaining about it?
Exactly.
I think it is.
And a lot of the complaints, there are certainly valid complaints, but like a lot of the complaints, like I've talked about before, it's like people not understanding the physics and the mechanics of what they're trying to do. It's like I had somebody, they said, oh, you can't, nobody can, the aerodynamics sucks in Stormworks. Nobody can land a plane well in Stormworks, and I showed like a video of me landing, and I have a little bit of a background in this, and so it's like, it wasn't the game's fault, it was that person's fault, and they didn't want to take blame for their own either lack of ability to fly, which is perfectly fine. Most people don't know how to fly right, and they didn't, know the engineering, which isn't a problem. Most people don't know engineering, but it wasn't.
And it's probably normal, but
it wasn't the game's fault. It would be like bitching about real-world physics because you don't understand real-world physics, too, and it would be like, oh, I couldn't build an airplane IRL out of, spare parts in my garage, so the world's broken. It's like, no, it isn't. It's you just didn't have the knowledge and the proper equipment and the stuff to build it the way it needed to be done. And the benefits, again, this is one thing a lot of people don't see is you have to be careful what you wish for. Is you want, if, let's say Stormworks was 100% realistic. Okay, well now your engineering needs to be 100% correct or else it's not going to work. You would not be able to build anything unless everything you built was 100% perfect. Is that something you really want? It's like, people complain about the slippery tires. And my whole thought process with the slippery tires is it allows you to not have to gear 100% correctly and still have it work. Because you would stall your vehicle. Like if you spin your tires up in too high of a gear in game, it slips the wheels and you still drive. You'd be fine. You're still able to go. And that's like people, you see their wheels are constantly smoking as they're driving like 100 miles an hour. It's because they're in the wrong gear. They have the wrong gear ratio. And so they see it as though that's a game problem. It's like, no, the game is helping you because if you put the right gear ratios in there, it wouldn't do it. And they take it as though it's a game problem. It's like, no, it was an engineering problem. And the game is helping you by making it unrealistic enough that it still works even though you didn't build it right. And that's the thing that I think some miss.
Yeah, understanding the limitations, probably it's not a game limitation, it's mostly ours. And
Yeah.
how many times we misunderstand what we did or we did mistakes along the way.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, for example, I had the Rotodyne. I was asking something unreasonable of the Rotodyne, but because I have a degree in aeronautical science, I understand the mechanics of why the problems were happening, and I was able to fix them. So, for example, like the Rotodyne was carrying a container underneath it, completely unrealistic. If the game was 100% realistic, you would never be able to do this stuff that you wanted to do. And so, you're carrying a container under there. Well, now the center of gravity is shifted lower. So what's going to happen is you need more pitch authority to maintain your pitch, or else the nose is going to stick down and you're going to do a front flip. And so what do you have to do? Add more elevator. And so a lot of people don't understand that was my problem, is the center of gravity, you're adding a lot of center of gravity low, and because of that, the tail now either needs to be longer or you need to add more control surface to be able to control the pitch, because you have to pick that weight up. And so people wouldn't understand that, and they blame the game. It's like, no, it's your engineering. Because the game is actually more realistic than you think it is. It's not the opposite way.
Yeah, it's incredible how Stormworks revolutionized this kind of thoughts. Before there was no game that could allow you to do stuff like this.
Yeah.
I don't remember any.
Yeah, I
Probably
don't
there
remember any.
was, but
You know, and the downside is you have to learn some things, but the upside, which I don't think is a downside, but some people who complain about it think it's a downside. But the upside is you can build really cool fantasy stuff, you can build really cool realistic stuff, and anything in between. But you have to sit down and you have to learn some stuff, you know?
call it a downside. Usually it's a benefit to learn something.
There we go. Alright, let's see what else field we need here. Alright, so we're at 90, we need probably 12. Alright, I'm heading to 12. Could have gone through that gap there. When you come in, there's a gap between these two houses right here you can head in through.
Along the road.
Field 12.
Mm-hmm. Making some good money now. I remember back in, I forget which farming sim it was, but somebody made the Krone Big M and it was such a cool mod. Like, still my favorite, you know, part of it's the, you know, the old nostalgia of it, but my favorite modder was Nagstad, and he was like super sim. Like, he wanted everything to be super simulator based, and he had a really cool thing that he had a case tractor. Like, the model is still hanging around and people still convert it and use it today. And he made this case tractor, and you had to set the RPM at the right level for the particular crop you were using, or else you would spill crop. Right.
And so they do that IRL. Like, you have to test the moisture of the crop, and you have to set a bunch of different parameters. So for different crops, the reel speed on the reel cutter has to be at a certain rate, or else you will spill a bunch on the ground. And all the threshing needs to be done at a certain rate, or else you'll spill. And so there was a spill gauge in that, and you would look at your spill, and so you'd be dumping some on the ground that you would lose, and it was gone. And so if you didn't set it up correctly with the right RPMs and everything, you would end up spilling on the ground. So it was really neat. Like, you could really get in depth with it. then like now, for example, the earlier farming sims, if you had an attachment on and it was running, it didn't, it didn't act as though it weighed anything. So like, you could have a heavy attachment on, you still go right up the hill. They also, like, if you had a baler on, he introduced like the engine would surge, so as it compacts the bale, it adds load, and it would like the engine would go like whoa, whoa, whoa as you, and so like they added that in now, so that's like in game, like really cool stuff the modders did back in the day. They're still doing now, still push the game, innovative. But it's funny too. It's like I think back to like some of the controversies in this game. They were pretty minimal, but it was like it was controversial when they put in forestry. Like, oh, that's not farming. That shouldn't be in the game. It sounds very familiar.
Yes, I heard it.
Yeah.
I don't remember where, but
yeah. Oh, forestry shouldn't be. It's a farming game. It's not farming. It's like gatekeeping. Again, it's like. A lot of this is when I learned like why I hate that gatekeeping. It's like it doesn't help the community. Like, the best thing is let people play how they want, and then you have more people paying for the game, and then you get what you want because the game's successful. It's like that's why like I hate the review bombing bullshit. It's like put in honest feedback, and let them know how you feel about it. But review bomb is just like, oh, I'm just gonna go shit on this, and just to be for groupthink. It's like that's. Oh, now they want to take credit that they're the ones that got an experimental branch. It's like, yeah, it was you. It was you acting, or it was the people acting foolish and sending death threats to get them to do what they did. It's like, no. If they had experimental before, they certainly knew that it was a problem, how it came out. They knew it. And they freaking, people gave them reasonable feedback, you should go back to experimental branch. And they explained why they took it away and why it's coming back, and it was all reasonable. And it's not like, oh, they just they couldn't think of that without us. It's like,
Dreamers, let them dream.
Yeah. But it's like to put an analogy of like I notice in some of my build challenges, there are people who every build challenge I have, they come in the first day and they start building, and they're very bossy and they want to change rules. And I have yet to see one of those people actually submit it for the challenge at the end. And so I could go and change all the rules for those people, but they never actually participate in the challenge, and they never put anything in the challenge. So it's like, I could listen to all those people, but they don't end up actually participating anyway. So it's like
pretty pointless.
Yeah, and that's the same thing with, why, most game developers should not listen too closely to what the community wants. They should listen in the general themes, but they need to make the game, and they need to have a singular vision, what their vision is, and yes, get some input from the community, but they can't let the community run it. And
no, of course it would be a circus.
Exactly, because you get, like, for example, you have people who just bought Stormarks, who all they want to do is download something from the workshop, go shoot a couple things, kill a couple Krakens. They'll play for 50 hours and then never touch the game again. So if you've made the game for them, they're not coming back. They're a casual player who came in, played casually. That's what they do. They move on to the next game. They have 400 games in their Steam library. That's how they like to play. That's nothing wrong with that. But then you have people who are putting in thousands of hours into the game. Those are the people who are going to come back and that are going to play the next version and who are going to buy the DLC. So listen to the loudest voices isn't generally practical.
But again, as you said, looking at a mod that is really popular among the community is something probably worth having a look to.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the yeah, because the mods really help to, it's like they talked about 454's video on fishing, and the devs listened to it, and that's why, one of the reasons I haven't gone back and done the Industrial Frontier is I know that they're working on the bugs. They were working for months and months and months on just getting the space DLC out. Well, now they're going to be going into a lull period where once the space DLC and the pressurization is pretty much fixed, then is the time to make a video where they're starting to look on what can we work on the game. And that's when I'll put out the how to fix Industrial Frontier video. But it's like that's the sort of thing that modders help with too. Is it's like they're essentially doing the proof of concept work for the devs, and that allows us to have games like Farming Sim. Without the modders, there's no way that the devs could figure out could reach as far as they did. Like forestry, people were making a ton of forestry stuff. Well, you had players who only cared about forestry, and they came in the game, and they would buy the game, and they did buy the game for the forestry mods, and that's all they played. And so then the devs know, oh, we can add forestry, and this is going to bring in enough and keep enough players that it is worth our, money expenditure.
And time, of
Exactly.
course, because you spend time.
It's like, it's like I understand people want 1x3 wedges, but how many people is going to bring to the game? How many people is going to keep in the game because they added that? I think it certainly would help, and I think the thing with that is it's such a small expenditure of really probably effort comparatively to add in a big thing. But like I could see with the view counts, space and pressurization brought a lot of people back. Even in its current state, that it's still buggy a little bit. Once like Steam is taken care of, Steam's kind of the last thing that needs work. Once that's kind of good, I think they're in good shape for this DLC. Now people can really pour their time into it and play it, and a lot of people came back. And that's the thing that some people are missing, is that bringing those players back keeps the game going. And so they need new parts, they need new things to do. You need a new reason to build something. Let's check the contracts. You're going to biogas now, right, Citrus?
Yep.
Copy. Perfect.
It's taken like 2 minutes to get up this hill.
Okay. I'll come push you.
I'm up right now. So
Okay, are you?
Yep.
Nice. It's gonna be nice once we have that new truck I was showing you, that we'll be able to get up the Hell Hill without him. What I had to do when I was playing solo, I was moving that milk. I got the Hell Hill, and what I would do is I'd put on the AI driver to have him drive the truck, and then I would get in the tractor that it was pulling and push. And once we get up to the top of the hill, the AI driver would shut off. It cost me like $14 to get to the top of the hill.
Oh, no.
But it's like one thing that they'll probably add to this game, I could see them adding at some point, is like my backup camera is fake. It's just a still picture. Like I imagine some point in the future they'll add like actual cameras, because that's really resource intensive.
Yes. Also in DCS, mirrors are really nice.
Yeah. And that was like Farming Sim for a long time. It had a chrome looking picture, and it was just looked like the picture of like some the back of a tractor and a backdrop of the standard map, and that's what the mirrors were. So they really didn't reflect anything, and then they finally put in real mirrors. But it's like this stuff takes time. It's the engine has to be redone for it. It's like often,
We're not talking about Electronic Arts also. We're talking about a small developing company.
Exactly,
Something.
yeah, it's like there's a good bit of hype for Star Citizen now. I might do a couple Star Citizen videos coming up, but they're finally starting to hit some of these big milestones, and I still think they're a scummy company, but they are starting to hit some milestones, starting to get some stuff done, and you know, they did it in a scummy way for their marketing, their sales practices and stuff, but, you know, they're coming out with good results now, and that's it. You know, it's been, what, 2012, 11 years? You know, plus they were working on it before that. They said, oh, it's been 11 years. The single-player game is now 7 years late. You know, so, and it's still probably at least another 2 years out, so it's like, you
You
know,
customers have beta tested the game till now, probably, isn't it?
let's see, I think 14's our next one. I think it's 14. 14, 16, let me look at the map. 15. Let me check 15.
Everything disappeared on my field.
What happened?
The grass I had to collect.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. Then keep going. That's fine. This is the field I claimed, so that sucks.
Okay.
Okay, we lost that money. That sucks. All right, I gotta be more careful doing that. All right, we'll move to 15. It's not the end of the world. We still have because I cleared it out. It ate up all the grass, so I thought it would stay.
We still have some base in
Yep.
here. So 1, 2, 3, 4,
So I was just premature on that.
5,
I need to be
6.
careful. I was afraid the equipment got taken. I was like, oh no, but no, it's just the
Oh,
grass.
at least.
Okay, 15.
It's leased, it's not ours. I was dreaming for a couple of seconds.
All right, 15. Oh, Jesus Christ, there, car. Come on, man. Use your blinker.
Broke for this equipment.
All right, we're going into where the greenhouses are. Did I accept it? The fuck? Maybe I didn't accept it. Oh, I closed it. I didn't accept the next one. Okay, let me check real quick. 15. That sucks that I canceled that too quick. We got a good bit of bales out of it, though. It's not the end of the world. It's a very tiny field. Also, the other nice thing about, you know, having these good modding communities is the, like, some of these modders have gone on to, like, make their own games, you know, and that's freaking awesome. It's like the best training you get is, like, you do your passion and then you get good at it and then you can go work. Like, there were modders for Kerbal who went and worked for Squad. There were modders for Kerbal. That's the guy who made VTOL VR was one of the modders for Kerbal, you know, and so it's like... learn the skill and then they become some of the next generation of game developers, which is nice, you know. And so, like, if you really want a better Stormworks, that's how you get it, is you have modding community where, like, eventually they make their own game that, like, you know, for example, like, my dream game is that space trucker game, essentially, where but it's like super simulator. Like, you have to flip every switch, every button, make sure the systems are working. And so it's like you take somebody who's a modder for, say, Stormworks who likes to do that stuff, and then they make their own game because nobody else is doing it. And then bingo, that's how you get, you know, a new game, and new modders, you know, new developers. Just let me know when you're done. Actually, you know, it should 90 should probably finish up next.
90 should be finished.
90 is still active. So it's that's 31. It's splitting it between the last couple here. It's finished. It's yeah, it's still flashing. 12 got finished early because it was counting 90's bales towards 12. I just gotta be careful. That's how that's why the grass disappeared. It was me in a rush. My Tarkov videos have been doing well lately. It's been going good.
It's a lot. I don't play Tarkov. I have it, but
Yeah.
not the Edge of Darkness version also. So my slots are very
Get this.
cheap.
Yeah, that's the whole, like, it's funny, like, how you show your wealth in different games. And it's Tarkov, it's like having stuff to keep your stash clean is your wealth.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just miserable. Like, literally, my stash is, I'll bring up the game, it's miserable right now. It's Tarkov is literally like, my stash was literally 100% full. I couldn't put one slot item in it. And so it's like moving it to my backpack, and then it's like, ugh. And it's just like, it's a nightmare to move anything around. And then I get insurance back, and it's like, oh my god, I gotta clean this out. And then I put all my insurance in it, and it's dirty again. It's like, ugh.
It's a mess.
It shouldn't be called Tarkov. It should be called like fuck.
That
Slot
was
simulator or something.
it's a hardcore shooter. It's like, the thing with Tarkov is, yeah, Tarkov has huge levels of immersion. Like, if you watch some of the videos, you'll see, like, there's no UI on the screen. Like, you have to physically look at your magazine to know how many rounds are in it. You know, you have to physically pack your mags. It's not like they auto consolidate like other games. You know, if you spam you'll drop your mag if you double tap R, so like you lose those rounds. You gotta go pick your mag back up. You know, stuff like that. And it's actually, my stash isn't too bad. Here's my stash. Stash is actually doing all right now. Let's bring it up. Like, I actually have some clean spots in my stash because I cleaned earlier, but it's like, and then you have to get rep on the flea market to get more slots to sell. So like, I only have 3 flea market slots now, so I can only put up 3 stacks of stuff in the flea market at a time. So if I don't price it correctly, I lose that slot until it sells, you know? So it's like, I just want to get the sucker cleaned, you know, before Monk wants to play again, because it's like the, you know, it sucks when your stash is absolutely a disaster. It's like, so this is your wealth, like your crates. So like all your cases here, and like my backpack stack is like 20 long of backpacks.
How long ago you had the wipe?
What is it? 3-4 months, something like that. You know, it's like, these are all magazines. This is all ammo. Actually, probably put a bunch of ammo away. It's like, yeah. So like, this is how you show your wealth in Tarkov, is just like having a lot of containers in your stash, so you can put all your shit away.
Cases.
Yeah. It's just like being organized, just so you can friggin' not have, you know, a stash that's a disaster. Because it sucks when you get out of a raid and you just want to dump your stuff off and go into the next raid, and it's like you have no place for it. You have to sell a bunch of stuff, and it changes the way you play too. Like, a lot of times, like, I won't bother going and like looting some stuff, like, unless it's really worthwhile. And so you end up leaving stuff for other people because it's like, I don't want to mess my stash up, you know? You know, and then like, even looting becomes a something you can get good at. Like, for example, like looting quickly, especially if you're solo, you need to loot fast or else somebody's gonna shoot you in the back of the head. So you need to quickly do it. So it's like knowing the prices of things, knowing what's valuable, what's not valuable, so you know what to leave, you know what to take. That's big. That really helps, because you're like, okay, that's crap, I'm leaving that. Like, that gun looks expensive, but I'm gonna get like 50 grand for it, just leave it. And it's like that little piece of food is worth more than that gun, or something like that, you know?
The amount of slots you have in your inventory and how to manage those with each item.
It's like, I know some people, they always run a big bag. I usually run a small bag because I just can't, like, the stash management. And I've done so many of these quests so many times that it's like, I just don't want to deal with it again for the 900th time. So I don't even bother, like, doing some of these. And now I'm fighting to try to get top level people, and I don't get some of the benefits, so that kind of sucks. But But I just like I don't want to do the same quest over for the 200th time, you know. So I kind of just like now I'm having to go back and do some of these quests just to be able to progress a little bit. You know, it's like knowing things like barter trades. Like I can get these vests for a fraction of the price if I barter trade them. So if I find one in raid, I sell it in the flea market. And then I barter for the ones to turn into craft stuff. You know, and like knowing what's valuable to craft, knowing what's not worthwhile crafting, all that stuff. So gives it some good depth. Wow, those are going expensive right now. I was like, stuff like this starts getting tedious, like just trying to keep your stash running. Like these are all crafting stuff I can do to make stuff that makes some profit passively as I'm just kind of sitting around running it.
But again, items everywhere.
Yeah, it's like crap just everywhere, and it's like, and that's like, you know, that's part of the, you know, you need money sinks. So like the cases are huge money sinks. So like one of the cases like 13 million rubles just to organize your stash, and that's like what people thirst over. And like, so if you get some of those items, you're like thrilled because you're like, oh my god, I can start to organize my stash and stuff like that. That's kind of funny. That
just a med case is enough to change your life.
Exactly. I have 2 of them. Let me see. Where the hell's contracts? All right, so we're still not done on these. Oh, we might have screwed ourselves. Crap. Because I might have screwed us. That oh crap! Because I closed that down, are we gonna have enough silage to finish these 2 contracts? That might.
And we do it with our own fields.
Yeah, I can also activate another contract. Yeah, I can activate another contract. So worst case, we'll be all right. We only have 2 active, or maybe that counts as 3. How are you on dumping citrus? You still dumping full loads?
Nope. This one is like half full.
Okay. So hopefully one of those clears. You need a push.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Hopefully one of those clears when he does that dump. We'll see, because it's splitting it between the 2 of them. It's not like, whoa, Jesus. And that we lost like most of the grass out of that field when I closed it out. So gotta be careful of that in the future. I screwed up on that one. That's 14 right there, so try to grab 14. That's not bad. Hopefully that will clear out one of them.
14 is really small, unfortunately.
Yeah. Try to keep them somewhat local in a reasonable order, especially if citrus having to run around and deliver them. Like, at some point, we can even buy the biogas plant, and then we can dump silage at the biogas plant, and then we could leave, like, front-end loaders there to load into the biogas plant.
It's 1.5 million. How much is it?
Like, they did a good job of that sort of stuff to kind of build, like, end-game type of, like, you know. And then that's, like, running semi-load, and then we'll, you know, corn should have higher volume than than grass. So like doing corn silage, which we can do with our equipment. So like we might do some corn silage on 62. We try that, but then we still have to get plowing and all that equipment. So we only get one cut out of it, so I have to see the volumes on them. Alright, he's selling now. 72% for 90. Shit.
Only, no, 40% for 90. I read.
Okay, one of them completed. Nice, nice,
Yes,
nice.
15 completed and 40%.
Okay, and you're done with 15, right?
Yeah, 15 I did it.
Okay, it's all the grass is up. Perfect. All right, so I'm gonna close that out, and I'm gonna grab 14. Perfect.
I'm in front of it.
So we're good. We have enough overflow that we didn't. I didn't dick us up. So.
I think we should mow probably 1 or 2 fields. And we'll be good with that open contract we have on 90. Oh, 77% now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Entrance 14 over here. Why am I not driving with the joystick? I think somebody tipped a vehicle over here the other day. I think it was me. The me, Mario. Yeah, I like cutting our fields with our stuff. It's a little cheaty that we lease this stuff for too cheap too. So we're in good shape. I like running our stuff, but it'll be really good when we get the new trucks in because just the ability to transport bigger trailers. The trucks get more power, so that would be helpful. But I do like the old rickety stuff. It just has a lot more character,
Yeah, that's good to use close to our farm, but where we are, probably it's a bit painful.
Yeah, that's why, like, one of the things too is like I keep buying all the fields that are close, so are moving around. Especially, like I said, we're gonna get the tractors we're gonna get with row crop tires because I want to do potatoes at some point. So the row crop's good for that. The you don't want to be putting those row crops in the street too wide, so we can still run the old tractors on the road and the semis on the road, and then the row crops, they're pretty much staying on the field or going across the street is all they're doing, But I think Citrus was here when I was talking about like we should be able to get like at least 600 grand out of that silage pit this winter. Be rolling the money, and like even the contracts here, we're up to 100 grand. I'm gonna actually pay back the loan, just so we don't pay interest on it. I think I just paid it for the night anyway, but I'll pay back the loan. Try to get this down to nothing here. Get rid of our interest payments here. There we go. We can always take it back, but the problem is you get really screwed in this game if you take out too much loan and then you really need money and you don't have any credit, then you're screwed. Better to try to always pay back your loan, so in a pinch you can just take out 100 grand and you'll be good.
Yeah, I always try to keep myself out of loans.
Yeah.
As much as possible.
Good. Certain loans are good in real life too. Like I've got, like my mortgage is low, and like I got a loan when I bought my car because it was at 0.09%. So it was better to keep the money in my pocket, put it in the market, than it was to pay off the car. It's like it's better for me.
It's worth it.
Yeah, it's like it's better for me not to pay off the mortgage because it's like 375, where like if I needed to take out money for them, it would be at 8. Some people are paying like 25% on cars now.
Can you imagine on a house, 25% more?
Yeah, it's insanity.
How many years of work you have to give?
Interest payments, nuts. Like I was for a little while there. I was putting extra in the house, and I don't do it anymore because it's like, it's essentially free money at this point. It's not free, but it's like the market say conservatively you're getting 6% a year, and the house is 375. So as long as the problem is you have to have money in the market. People think just because the market's higher, if they never put it in the market fund, then they never get the money. But you know, it's like having it in the market fund. Let's say conservatively, it's 6 a year. You know, so you're up. Was that 2.25? 2.25. You know, up. You know, so you're making. You know, if you had as much as your mortgage in the market, you would be making. Um, almost. Your whole mortgage interest on top of what you're saving on your mortgage interest, essentially. Look, we got some fromage here.
I hate fromage.
You don't like the fromage?
Not really.
Where are you from, Al?
Italy, and I live in Switzerland, not for long.
You live where?
Switzerland.
Switzerland, yep. I've always wanted to go to Switzerland.
A lot of cheese, clocks.
Chocolate?
Yeah, chocolate.
Swiss Army knives?
Exactly. It's the end, man. There's not much else.
I hear they have Swiss cheese there.
Yes, a lot of it. So if you're fond of cheese.
I don't eat that much cheese. I actually had a little cheese today. I very rarely have it, but like every once in a while I get a hanker for like a burger. Like I just had I still eat meat, but I eat mostly vegetarian like stuff. So I have like this fake fish fillets. So I did like a sandwich of that, and I ferment my own vegetables. So I made like my own tartar sauce.
Yeah.
And made tartar sauce and had the fake fish sandwich. And put a little American cheese on it just because I almost never have cheese. I missed the chat. Let me check it. Let's see. I see what's there. Yeah, I'd like to go to Sweden, Switzerland. It'd be nice to get flying in Europe.
And for you, Europe must be really small and short to visit compared to your own country.
Yeah, I think, like the U.S. is like, it's 1,200 miles from, it's more than that, but it's like, so to go from like Boston to middle Florida is like 1,200 miles. So that's, not even the whole East Coast, is about 1,200 miles, And then to go across, you're talking pushing 3,000 miles to go across, Check the cows. Brown space. I still haven't found the only milk trailer that I do like is the one that goes in the back of that truck. But the other one too is we could get a John Deere Gator because we can spray with that. We can broadcast fertilize with that. We can also carry bales around the farm and do small jobs, and it also has a 2,000 liter milk tank on it. And so that's kind of a fun little drive down here to just dump off 2,000 liters of milk, And then what we could actually do is we can, I can't do them at the same time. I was going to say, it has a 3-point hitch. We could put a 3-point hitch bale fork on it, but, what the other thing we can do too is at some point we can just leave a forklift here, but I really wish somebody would they made them in previous farming sims. They have the trailers that have the forklift on them. And so the forklift sucks up and sits in the back. I can't play the YouTube video or else they'll get booted, but I'll try to find the mod here. This is FS22. I'm trying not to download anything that's not on. So see this forklift sitting in the back of the truck? They do this a lot in the US. You can see it right here. So see how it sits in the back of the truck?
Mm-hmm.
So you would drive there, and then this just sucks up on the back, and they chain behind the tires, and then when you get there, you have a forklift. So it's kind of neat.
A weird machine.
Yeah, looks like there's a couple there on the thing, but I would hope they were on the in-game one. I don't like really.
45 shootings in Sweden in September.
What, it had shootings? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I just read in chat a message from Citrus.
That's too bad.
Game chat.
Let's see where we're at here. Uh-oh. Look at all the rocks in this field for Citrus to go pick up. He loves that. That thing was brutal. It's so freaking narrow. Oh my god, it's small and annoying. I think a better way to do it is when we get a skid steer, is they have like a bucket on the skid steer and just like leave a trailer out in the field and like have two of us run around with skid steers or skid steer and a front loader and just drive them and suck up rocks. At least it was a little bit more engaging than just towing the friggin' thing around. Yeah, the rockin' sucks. Plowing, like, especially if you do plowing correctly, it is a pain in the ass. Because you're not supposed to turn with the plow. So every time you make a turn, you have to lift up. So you end up having to lift up, do your loop, drop it back down, and it's like, unless you have an enormous machine, it is like 1,000 passes across the field.
Painful.
Yeah, it's painful. That's one reason why we're doing grass, so we don't have to plow all the time. Yeah, I'm thinking we might do 62 corn. I need to see what the volumes are of corn. Because we get, we essentially get one cut out of corn. Okay, so corn will give us 9,200 liters per hectare. Or 3,700 liters per acre. So I'd have to check on the fields. So let's see. And then that's probably, boosted rates and stuff like that. But let's click on it. So let's see. 62 will cost us 53,000. So that's not too bad. It is. What does it show how big the fucking thing is? No. Why doesn't it show how big it is? I think I have to stand in it to. I think I have to stand in it to see how big it is. But I don't know how many acres it is, but I'm trying to remember. What were we getting? Were we getting like 29,000 out of the fields, something like that, Citrus? You probably remember better than I do.
Citrus is busy with the traffic.
I don't know, like just one of our grass fields. What were we getting out of there? Like 30 grand, something, a little bit more maybe. Like, I don't know, like 91, 92, and 63 are all about the same size. 30 to 45, yeah. So we're getting 30 to 45. So I don't know how many hectares those are, but I would think the corn would be a higher volume, but we only get one cut out of corn. Push up the hill, yeah. That's another thing we could do too that would be kind of fun, is get a push tractor going, because they have tires that we can stick on the front.
In my game, you have your back tires lifting up.
Yeah, they are. I've
Okay.
got the mower underneath the back of them. It's four-wheel drive, so I'm still pushing. Like they do have, there's a place in, it's on the California border to, is it Utah? Called Truckee, and it's like you have to go up and over this mountain pass to get in there, and so the trucks in the winter are required to put on chains, and then they have these trucks with big concrete weights on the back of them, like huge, like enormous concrete weights for traction. And so everybody puts their chains on, and then on the front of the truck they have this big beam, and it's covered in rubber. And so they'll bump and they'll hit the trailer, and they'll help push it up the hill. So it's not unheard of to be pushing and pulling. And then let's see if they have ring mod. That would be kind of cool. So like they do have, we could use the tow bar too, but they have like, it's essentially like a tow bar. It's the same thing, but it's a quick connect ring. So as you're moving, it's just a hook, and the tractor on the front would put a ring. And so like you could go and back up, and as he comes up, you hook the ring to the hook, and then it's essentially two tractors trying to pull it up the hill. Let me read what he said. Oh, do they? Yeah. Yeah, I notice a lot of, like, there are a lot of studded tires, too. Like, we don't run studs. A lot of Europe runs studs. Japan has some roads they plumb hot water onto, which is kind of neat.
Oh, nice. Contract 90 ended.
Oh, nice. All right, good. Let's look at that. We're doing good. We're doing good on these contracts. Oh, nice. All 14's done, too. All of them are done. We'll find something else. Let's see. You guys want to keep contracting, or are you sick of it?
I can do one or two.
Yep. Yeah. All right, let me find numbers here really quick. So we have, so we did 23, 21, 20. So three might be ready again. We'll see. 93 and 86 would be, it's big, so we could stay there for a little while. 26, 47, 48, 49. All right. So let's, I'm going to close some of these out. I'll close that one. You're all cleaned up, right?
Yep.
Okay. 23 is the lease. We'll keep that going. Collect that. So 26 is 26 is the next money one. So 26, 49, 47, 48, 26. 26 to 47, 49, 48, 93. What's 93? I just want to look really quick. I'm just trying to keep them in the same area so we don't have to move around.
93, it's a perfect center of the map.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so let's do... let's go over towards 2649. Those are the most money, so we'll head for those. And then I'll grab them one at a time so that we can, if we feel like stopping, we can. So 26. That way we can kind of stay in that section of the field here the longest. Or that section of the map. We don't have to come back. Citrus does, but... It will be cool, too, once we get some semis going and we can start loading bales on semis. And then I got a couple dolly semi-trailers, so even the regular truck there, the straight back truck can pull a dolly trailer as well, so with some bales on it. Yeah, because essentially what we could do is like we can load them up, and then if the first person's ready, can go, and then the next person. Good. We actually have money now. We started, we were like 55 in the hole. Quickly remedy
All loan is gone.
Yep, loan's gone.
Nice.
And we're up to almost 100 grand, and I killed the loan. Yeah, it's making good money. Eventually, it's going to be Like, especially our farm, like, just, we're gonna have to run off, like, 600,000 liters of silage this winter. You know, so that's when it's gonna make sense to, you know, we'll start making enough money that after the first couple of runs, you know, we'll be able to buy another tractor trailer, and then, you know, be able to do faster deliveries. And that vehicle could take a larger. I missed the nope. I missed the turn. Is the
Yeah.
gate in
Yeah.
there? Okay.
Where are you?
Jesus Christ! Did he hit me? I got light in the ass for a second there. I thought he hit me. That car. Straight up, fly right there, cars. Potatoes are fun. I like potatoes. The thing with potatoes is, like, a small field of potatoes will fill like many trailers, and it's very heavy. So it's gonna be
Many trips.
you need a small trailer, and you can't take too much of the time. So you might as well have small trailers, and you know, it's a very voluminous crop. But it's neat. You know, I think they're pretty cool. And they have some like old school ways to do them that's cheap to get into. And it, you know, you kind of don't need row crop tires. At some point I want to put on crop destruction. Like crop destruction, wherever the wheel goes, it destroys. So like if you're gonna go do spraying, you will destroy whatever you drive on. So you make those like tram lines. And then like if you need to go in and like weed the potatoes, you want row crops on so you can drive between the rows, and then you don't destroy the crop. There's I meant to bring up a picture, but there's a cool high tip that I like that I haven't seen. You know, it's definitely not on the official mod hub, but it's like the back of it lifts up, and then it has a conveyor belt in it. So the back lifts up to the height of a semi-trailer, and then it conveys all the grass into it, so that you know, you don't have to take the semis in the field. But you can put that on the forager and then back the forager up to the truck too.
You get to see it.
Yeah, I don't think our grass is going to be ready for a couple days anyway as we get back to our equipment. I finished the last fertilization that needed to be done on our stuff, but should be able to buy 62 soonish. Probably just make it grass for now. Always plow it, turn to corn if we wanted to, but probably keep a group of fields that, you know, I need to rotate those out. But we can forage corn, and then we can eventually get into for silage with the equipment we already have, and then when we want to actually do cereal, we can, because rotating the crops, you need to rotate your crops in games. Do probably like soybeans or something. But we need a ton of equipment to start changing the cereals. If you do it just right, you can get a late crop in or something, I think. So like you can, you have to do like a winter planted crop, and then you harvest that beginning like right away, as soon as you can, and then you put in the corn. And because you're cutting the corn while it's still green for silage, you hit it right before the winter, and you can get 2 in that field. So you gotta do it just right then. adjust the. Jesus, this thing steers fast. All right. It was 47. What's that? Plug my thing again. 49. Let's see. I'm headed to 49. Not much sleep on this farm. I literally played through the night, and then we started, and it was daylight. Didn't advance the time at all. I like the night stuff.
Yeah, I have my brightness at the dark of levels, so I can see everything.
Yeah.
But
I never cheat like that. Fuck around like that. I like night, but the cheaters are out at night in Tarkov, which sucks. They need to get the cheat. Like I got 2 cheaters booted. I got a message for it. So not just me, but you know, I reported them and they.
honestly, they don't have all just the brightness advantage. They have HUDs. They have everything they need.
Yeah, like I usually use. I usually don't use night vision goggles. What I usually do is I have a night vision monocle on my gun that I like to use, the Vulcan, and it's not that expensive. It's like 30 grand, and it has a red dot on it too. And then like if it becomes daylight, I just throw it and put on something else, you know, and get it back in insurance. But it's cheap. It's like 30 grand. And I prefer it on the gun because I want my shots, I want my view to be clear. And if you use a night vision and trying to look through a scope, it's blurry, so I don't want it blurry because I usually operate at a longer range. But the friggin' cheaters come out at night like crazy because they're just kind of vacuum up loops, you know, do real money transfer bullshit.
It's like the real world.
You know, there's a guy that I like to watch, Komomo 10, I think it's Komomo 10. He does, like his whole content is he's an admin on a bunch of Rust servers, and all he does is he trolls and bans cheaters all day. And that's his content. And so like a good admin, like I used to admin for an Arma server. I'm trying to think of the right word. Admin's not the right word. I'm trying to think. Maybe the admin. Anyway, so I would, you know, so like we could watch and we could tell if somebody's cheating. Like you just watch them for like 5 minutes invisible, and you're like, yeah, they're no clipping, or they're looking through the wall, and they're like, this guy got close to them. He should have never seen him because he's over the hill and the guy ran away, and so it's like stuff like that. And so like this Komomo guy, like for 5 minutes, like he'll see somebody report the cheater, and in like 5 minutes he's like seeing everything he needs to see, and then boots them and like harasses them for a little while. And it's a good thing because it's like even if the game's full of cheaters, you know somebody's doing something about it, you know. It's like I wish Tarkov would do that, is like have some trusted people who like would love to make content about it, and it would look good for them for publicity's sake, because like, yeah, our game is full of cheaters, but we're doing something about it, you know. We have people doing it, you see the cheaters get banned, you know. That's why, like, even like I got the system message. I got two days in a row. It was like somebody reported got banned for cheating. Which, like, sometimes you feel like, oh my God, is this even worth my time reporting it because they don't do anything? Now it's like, yeah, they are doing something, so it's worth my time to report it. You guys are gonna love the hill in this field. Friggin' gnarly. Let's refresh that.
Maybe just one bale left, Citrus. Maybe just one. In the 49, you said.
All right, back. I'm gonna get a drink. I'm back. Are we ready to close out 26?
26 is
Yes.
completed, I guess.
Okay, good. I'll collect that, and I'll open up 47. That's pretty funny. Field 38 is the contract to harvest it for all of $800. Very thin field.
Yeah, steep.
That's neat. They have a maple syrup mod. That's pretty cool.
We can make it. The deciders.
You guys want to do one more after this? Or you want to just call it quits on what we've got?
I'm done. Completely done. Exhausted.
Alright, sounds good. Yeah, I could use a little break too, so we'll finish up what we got here and then that'll be good. That's a good bit of cash, so be good for get all set up.
Close to buying a tractor, but perhaps a field 62.
Yeah. Probably grab 62 and make it a grass field for now at least. Try to keep a group together. Count the 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. So there's 18 in this field. Let me check night 49, see what how many are out there. I think what can you take? 22, 24, something like that, Citrus?
At 24.
24, copy. Count what's in the other fields. This is 18. Did you have a lot left in 49?
49 is empty. I don't know about the base, but we worked on it already. I'm finishing 47, and it's the last one we had in work on.
Yep, so just one more load on the bales trailer. That's it, perfect. There's 18 on there. Nice, nice, nice. wonder how much Field 86 is going to cost.
Hopefully 200k.
That one's well grouped to buy this farm here and do a specific type of. I think that's another cow barn there. I think be a second cow pasture too at some point. I'm gonna wait for you on the hill there, Citrus. I've got the tow bar. I can pull you up to next run. But you still have bales in your back. So those going to the animal feeder?
I went to the wrong place.
Ah, I got you. Okay. Fucking car stopped for no reason. Come on, car drive.
Field 49 is completely empty with just one bale on a corner that is probably unreachable.
Okay. Too bad there aren't more mods in the official mod hub. There's a bunch of stuff I wish people would put on the official. Cool stuff.
What kind of mods are you talking about?
Just like there's some cool balers and there's some like there's the forklift that goes in the back of the semi-trailer, so you know you have the forklift all set.
Mm-hmm.
I say we need to dry the grass for, what does it say? Oh, for this contract?
Yeah. So we're just gonna get the money for the bales.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Want to test something here? Drive straight. Trying to get the attach there. It should come up in here. Let me see if I can attach it to the truck. It's being a little iffy to attach it before, so it has to be just right. I have to attach it from out here now, so. Yeah, like see if I'm in the right position. Detach. Yeah. Yeah, so just get the last bit of money for those bales in the last field and just say screw it. I should have checked that, but I forgot. Yeah, it says dry it in there. Whatever. We'll lose those two, but it's not the end of the world. We got the money for the bales.
Oh well, we are at the 102k. Not
Oh
bad.
yeah, nice. Yeah, the money from the thing is inconsequential compared to what we're selling the bales for. Curb. The brutal, gnarly curb that. There's a neat cow barn here.
Mm-mm. Yeah. It's a proper one. Please don't tell me that shed has closed the doors on the region. The green one.
Yeah, I don't think I can get in the... Maybe I have to buy it or something to open it, I don't know. Check the collisions on it. Yep, there's a door trigger on it, so... I must have to buy it to open it.
Probably, yes.
I don't think they have pigs in this map, so I wonder if this is a pig barn. But, I don't know. Probably not. Could be. Could very well be. Let me open the map, see what it says. So 95, it doesn't say what it is. There's only 90 grand to buy that yard there. And I don't know what the buy menu is, so let's see if there's a buy menu.
Probably around the barn should be a sign. Or a blue prompt, those kind of icons.
Yeah.
You removed them all, isn't it?
Oh, it's usually right here at the gate. Let's see. Would be cool if this is pigs, though, give us something different to do. Let's see it. Probably have to buy it before we can interact with it anyway.
But it's weird that you could open the barn doors.
Yeah. It could be something localized to that particular building mod, you know, whatever it is. That just doesn't. That one's always open or whatever. That would be cool to have pigs or something there. Give us a reason to buy that. It's like having 2 cow barns is kind of interesting, but it's not that not like that.
I don't even think we have pigs in game.
Yeah,
I
there are
don't
pigs in
remember.
certain maps. This one may not
Hmm.
have them.
You're going map spotting.
Yeah, a little bit of exploring. Nice bit of cash. Nice.
Yeah, that was it.
Alright, I'll get rid of that contract. I might save the other one and maybe later by myself. I'll just bring them some of my bales that are dried, you know. The ones that are in the barn, I could give them that. So let's see. Yeah, so I can do that another time. So I'll leave those active. I'll just clear this one here. So you guys all done? You're set?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
There we go. So yeah, so these I might just, we might have enough dry bales on hand to finish that contract up. We'll see. Alright, I think I'm gonna take a break too.
It'll be fun.
That was fun.
Yep.
I'm also tired, so thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you to Al and Citrus for playing. Let me do a little outro bullshit there. Let's see. Alright, thank you to all the members. Thank you Side Mountain, FS Gamer, Connor Boyle, Danny, Miles World, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs, all, and Citrus for being members. Thank you, Chicken Sword, for being a patron. Thank you to all the subscribers and for everybody for watching. Thanks, guys. We'll see you later.
See ya.
Good night.